Councilmember Fimbres is showing up virtually today, and Councilmember Dahl is absent excused. Items 1 through 4 are executive sessions and direction to staff. Ms. Clerk?
Your Honor, item 1 is listed as executive session. Item 1, executive session, Christopher Day versus City of Tucson et al., Pima County Superior Court, case number C-2022-0577, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431-03A3 and A4. The second executive session is noticed as item 3, executive session, discussion of the City of Tucson cybersecurity and critical infrastructure posture, and is being held pursuant to ARS Section 38-431-03A3 and A9.
May I have a motion to go into executive session, please?
So move.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of going into executive session signify by saying aye. Aye. Any against? Motion carries. We'll be in there for about 30, 45 minutes? An hour. Ms. Clerk is saying an hour. Alrighty, we will be back in an hour. Thank you so much. study session?
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second to return to study session. All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. What is the council's pleasure for item 2?
Mayor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city attorney to proceed as discussed in executive session and to settle the Christopher Day v. City of Tucson case for the amount of $65,000.
Is there a motion?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. What is the council's pleasure for item 4?
Your Honor, I would ask for a motion that the mayor and council authorize and direct the city manager, city attorney, and staff to proceed as discussed in executive session to continue to engage in measures necessary to ensure the safety of the city's critical infrastructure and cybersecurity and to protect sensitive data, including personally identifiable information.
So moved.
There's a motion. There's a motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 5, time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19, the monkeypox virus, mitigation measures, funding and appropriations, and related legal matters. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a quick update. I know that the COVID cases are lower than they had been traditionally, but they're still of concern. Need to continue to emphasize and encourage people to get vaccinated and go through that exercise. I know that there is some interest on the monkeypox. There are 44 cases that have been reported in Pima County. We did reach out to the county. They believe that they have enough vaccines for that, and they are open this weekend, I believe, from 2 to 6 at Abrams for a vaccine clinic, specifically for monkeypox. There are requirements for that, so it's not like COVID where everybody walks up and can get the vaccine. I think you have to go through a questionnaire, and there are some questions that you have to answer for that. Mayor, happy to answer any other questions or comments from you or the council members. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just a report by Pima County Health Department. The current COVID-19 community level remains low with 63.02 average daily cases per 100,000 population in the week prior to September 8th. Our percentage positivity level is at a medium level. However, 17.01% positive for that particular week. The new bivalent vaccines that also target the most prevalent COVID-19 subvariants are available at Pima County Health Departments, the Abrams Public Health Center, Walgreens, and CVS pharmacies. The CDC recommends this updated booster shot if it has been at least 2 months since you completed your primary series and received a dose of the original booster. Check the Pima County Health Department website for up-to-date information on pediatric vaccination locations, mobile vaccination clinics, and hours for standing vaccination pods. Pima County Health Department has several upcoming self-test distribution events and are partnering with the Pima County Public Library System to distribute tests as well. Check online for hours and locations. And as always, if you do test positive for COVID, call your healthcare provider or the Pima County Health Department so that the county health department can keep the numbers of cases updated. Please call 520-724-7895 to find out if you are eligible to receive antiviral medication to prevent serious illness. Other than that, the little update for monkeypox, please visit pima.gov/monkeypox for the latest information from the Pima County Health Department on monkeypox, also called MPX. Vaccines are available. Information on symptoms and transmission is also on the Pima County Health Department website. So with that, Mr. Manager, did you want to add anything else, or are there any questions or comments by my colleagues on the council?
Mayor, I have no other comments. Thank you.
Alrighty. Colleagues? None? Alrighty. So we move on to item 6. Time has been set aside for a report on Chief Kasmar's community listening sessions. Mr. Manager.
Mayor, members of the council, this is really a follow-up to a conversation we started a little better than 9 months ago, where I had recommended to you the appointment of Chad Kasmar as our chief of police. I did that with a lot of confidence. You demonstrated a lot of confidence by ratifying that recommendation with a 7-0 vote. Since then, and if you remember, part of the conversation was that we did not follow a traditional recruitment process, which included community dialogue and community feedback. So we had a conversation around having the chief go out to each of your wards and others and have conversations around what this could look like in terms of not only the feedback, but what the policing, the future of policing in Tucson could look like. The chief has been out for the last several months. I will tell you, I've seen nothing but great things from Chad and from his team that reinforces the confidence that I have in him and the confidence that I have in his team and his ability to lead this department into the future. Mayor, with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chad for his report, and then either one of us or both of us are available for questions afterward. So thank you. Chad.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the council, Mr. Manager, I appreciate the opportunity to give you an update. Not that we haven't been talking a lot the last 9 months, but my team behind me, which is my upper cabinet, you notice I brought some friends. This is the team, I can't do this alone, that we've assembled in the last 9 months, and that gives me a lot of pride every day I get to come and be the chief of police for this city. So one of the things that I hope is a takeaway from this conversation, on top of showing immediately that I could follow mayor and council direction with clear direction to get out in the community and get connected and figure out what the community needs were on December 8th. But really what I hope that is a takeaway from this conversation is that connecting with our community, has been and will continue to be a core principle of the way that we do our work. We work for them through you. Sometimes they come through you for communication, and sometimes they come to us directly. So it's really a core principle, and it's not just going to stop because this presentation occurred today. So let me give you a little bit of a sense how we're putting this into action. We've attended, the collective group behind me and myself have attended over 90 community events where we listened throughout the city. And we have to remember we're in a pandemic environment, and so we had to meet people where they were at. So that meant sometimes it was virtual, sometimes it was an organized and orchestrated meeting by a council member or the mayor. Sometimes those were more organic conversations, and sometimes they were in uniform and sometimes they weren't. So it was really a sense of connecting with our community on where they were at and where they were comfortable in meeting us. So I won't go over all 9 pages of the document that we presented to capture just a little bit of the magnitude of what's been going on. But I want to really emphasize on the word community. When we talk about community, it's all of us. It really is. It's our city leadership team. It's our entire city workforce. It's everybody that we serve, from our community members to our visitors, and everybody in between. It's our business owners. And for me, one of my key stakeholders are also my team players that I get to lead every day. And creating a sense of connection starts with them, because what's more powerful than a chief being connected to a community is the entire organization being connected to a community. So we've been really working really hard. For those of us, you said something that I picked up on the other day, Mayor, when we were meeting some Belgian firefighters at the fire. We have 4,500 years of history in the old Pueblo. And so sometimes those of us that are multi-generational here, we still think of Tucson as one degree of separation, and someone knows someone. It's the largest small town you've ever been in. But we are the 33rd largest city in the country that spans 250 square miles. So to sit here today and tell you that I've achieved my goal and I've touched everybody that I want to would absolutely not be the case, but just an ongoing commitment to continue to be connected to the people that I serve. So community engagement and community listening. What's special about Tucson is we're a big city, we're a major city, but we're just small enough to be connected. And we think the power is really the listening and the connecting and communicating, which is turning us into the world's greatest think tank. And I know the last 30 days haven't been easy for any of us in these seats, in these leadership positions, and we're going to talk about that more in a couple more items down. But the reality is, even when we hear things that are tough, there are things that we need to hear, because that allows us to shift our strategy. It allows us to shift our vision. It allows us to be dynamic. And we're not such a big city with the leaders and the way that you cohesively work together as mayor and council, where we're not able to be nimble and make some adjustments to meet our city's needs. So when we talked about community voices, as I hope everybody had the opportunity to read through some of those, I wanted to make sure that I highlighted a little sprinkling of everything that we heard. And what I said is it wasn't all high fives. It wasn't, you're the best. But there wasn't one conversation that I didn't leave being inspired, whether it was from the candor of a council member or the candor of a community member, or the courage of one of my people to be there with me to sit and to listen in a genuine way where you might hear things that you don't like to hear. And that's certainly what we did. So I'm going to highlight a few different comments that I think will play a key role in perspectives as we move from this conversation to the next one. Broad appreciation for having community conversation within these platforms to be heard. Concerns about over-policing, and we're going to talk about strategy later and why that's so important. Mental health, addiction, and homelessness or houselessness, and concerns. Statements like, growing up, police were not my friends, but my mind was changed after interacting with Officer Scooby, which is Officer Ricardo Fernandez, and Sergeant Will Corrales. The sense of connection with your employees to their community. The issues I see are vehicle deaths and gun violence. Where's the accountability? And we're going to talk about systems accountability later. Defund the police, I'm not there. Reimagine the police. Our community's connected and they're smart and they're paying attention. Because under that was, you have tremendous turnover, you need to square away some internal stuff. And they're right. They were absolutely right. Credibility is important, but the disconnect is communication. The community doesn't know what you do. Admittingly, our profession has struggled with this across the country. We're horrible about talking about the things that we do right, and we only talk about the things when they don't go right. So we're working hard to fix that. We'll talk about that more a little bit later too. Let's say we be actively involved and we create together. And the last one I want to highlight are restorative practices. The community recognizing the philosophy of mayor and council is also looking for me to be a chief and also be compassionate with the staff that I have when they do display that they're human and they do make mistakes. So community engagement and meeting the community where they were at. Again, I want to highlight, within the profession, we have not done a good job of telling our story and capturing the different ways that we interact with our community. Again, pages 5 through 6, we highlighted some of our ongoing relationships that we have with the community. For those that are watching council today and obviously are reviewing these materials that were provided, if your name's not on there, we want to work with you. Reach out to us. And I want to wrap things up with, business is certainly part of our community and the economic engine that builds a sense of community for us. So when I met with business leaders, I heard things that were very predictable and reasonable. Our leaders in business want people to depend on their enterprises for goods and services, and they want to be able to deliver those services in a safe environment. The concerns were consistent, and yes, they often ask for more police officers in the areas that they served and shortened response times, and increased enforcement for open-air drug use, and also of some of the other things that we'll be discussing today with violent crime and property crime. But one thing we will talk about today is strategy. We're not going to enforce our way out of the situation that we're in. We're not having the challenges we're having because we have a short-staffed police department. Is it a contributor? It absolutely could be, but it's not the catalyst of that. And the opportunity that we have, and my takeaway from all of my community conversations, which also includes a higher level, I have a law enforcement community here locally as well, which includes 10 total public safety, policing, and sheriff's departments, not including our federal partners. And there's a higher level of collaboration right now, the opportunity, while everybody doesn't have the resources, it doesn't have to do with just the policing profession in this great resignation era, as we all figure out how to attract and recruit and be the employer of choice. But the opportunity and time that we're in right now is that I'm seeing higher levels of collaboration within systems that I've seen before. So I'll close with, because we'll be talking about more about those relationships and how they interface with each other in the part 2 of this conversation, that I have as much excitement and resolve that I did the day that you gave me the gift on my birthday month of direct appointing me to the chief of police. Every Monday morning, I'm excited to come back to work. And every conversation I've left, both with my team members and the community, I'm reinvigorated to continue my desire to listen and to connect and to resolve. So thank you for the time.
Chief, I just wanted to thank you for your both presentation and your report before we got to today. When we were considering what process to use to fill the position left by Chief Magnus, it didn't take long for me as the mayor of our beautiful city to understand, based, of course, on previous work that I had done with you and conversations that I wanted to have with you before we named you and appointed you chief, as to what your vision was. I felt 100%, I would say 1,000% sure that you were the person and are the person for this job. And I know that I had that trust in you, that my colleagues on the council have that trust in you, that our city manager doesn't recommend lightly and recommended that you be appointed directly without a search. And I know that your personnel trusts that you are the right leader for this department. Does that mean that we're all of us going to be always on the same page? Absolutely not. But we know that you have the vision and the love of this community to be able to perform the job that we need our chief of police to perform for our residents. And so I am very happy that we ventured into this adventure together. Me as the mayor, you as the chief, and then of course our colleagues here on the council, I continue to know that you are the right person for the job. And I highly appreciate you understanding the vision that I and my colleagues on the council have for a vision of a safe community. And that involves not just us, the mayor and council, or the community, to put the responsibility of keeping our community safe just on your and your officers' shoulders. The responsibility of keeping this community safe is holistic. And that's the vision that you get when we talk about community safety and the programs that we're creating and investing in, because it's good for all of us, right? I wish that I could get you out of your job. I don't want, I don't want to have crime in this community, but we know it happens, and how we keep together this community safe is important. So I appreciate your work and appreciate your report. I know that this is just the beginning and that we're creating incredible policy work together. And I just want to let you know that you have my complete support, and I believe that we can move together to keep us safe. Not, understanding that there are going to be situations in our city that will make us very, very sad, and we've seen that together during these, for me, almost 3 years. For you as chief, 9 months? 9 months. Okay. So I'll open it up for questions or comments or observations from my colleagues on the council. Councilwoman Lee, and then Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. Really just echoing what the mayor said. Complete confidence in you, Chad. And I know that for where we're at right now and the types of problems that we're facing as a city, you're the right person for the job right now. So super excited to see the report. Page 8 has a picture of you drenched at the splash bash that you came out when we opened up the Ward 4 splash pad in Purple Heart Park. So just really appreciate you being where the people are at and listening. Also, however we can support you moving forward, you have our full support, and just really appreciate your leadership, your style, your team, and everybody that's contributing to solving these really big problems that we're facing right now. So thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. And Chief, I think you're a testament of why we need to continue to invest in our own, the people that are homegrown here, because nobody else is going to love and care for this community the way that people from here who, grew up here, who love this city do. So thank you for showing up with that every single day. I appreciate having had the listening session that we had out at Ormsby Park. It was really cold, but people stayed. I think we had close to like 35 folks show up. And just to make that connection with you was really important for coming to our bike rides and seeing the community from the perspective of other people has been just you being that bridge builder in our community. And so I appreciate that. And as you did this intensive community outreach the past couple of months, do you have a plan moving forward of how you want to continue to engage and show up in community and help be that bridge?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, for your comments, Councilmember Lee, and Vice Mayor. Absolutely. So just to be clear, and the goal is to present an update, the next opportunity, that the feedback from community, all of the community that we've talked about today, allowed me to reshape and reorganize our department, which I launched on June 29th. So that has occurred already. It's really about putting the right people in the right places with the right skill sets to maximize efficiency of our organization. And a lot of that has come through promotion. So a lot of departures in the upper leadership level, which is normal and healthy and organizational change. But if you look behind me, and there's not everybody's here today, but that's healthy, because that's, like you said, it's about investing in the future. So really what's drove significant organizational change and investment like we haven't seen before in designing a fifth bureau that one of their primary focuses on the mental health and wellness of our staff. If they're not healthy and feeling a sense of trust and connection, then we're not going to have that out in the community. So we're recognizing we maybe should have done a better job of that the last few years for the level of trauma that they see. And we're seeing that. We're seeing that in action. And so, my priorities are pretty simple. One, create a sense of connection, no matter what I'm doing and who I'm interacting with. That's step one. Step two is contributing to a safe community, because, like the mayor said, we are recognizing through very complex problems that policing only contributes to one aspect of solving a problem. And the third thing is developing the future. When my father was alive, when I promoted to lieutenant, I was a sergeant on a Saturday night until midnight, and at Sunday I was a lieutenant. And I figured out how to survive and do that job. And then a year later, Chief Villasenor rewarded me, and I quote, rewarded me by putting me in then internal affairs. Again, no training. I had to figure out how to survive. So through my experiences and our collective experiences of those behind me, which are all very similar to mine, my dad used to say, I can't believe you don't get training for these positions. It's just like, oh, you survived, we're going to give you the next job. And we can do better, because we recognize the opportunity that we didn't have to develop those skills, which is driving us to develop those and create opportunities for those skills to be developed now, so the future leaders are more equipped and will able to have more balance than we do currently. So it's an exciting opportunity for everybody sitting behind me, and I know they feel that the same way.
Others? Councilmember Kozachik?
Thanks. I just wanted to add a couple of things to your list that you missed in terms of the outreach. I appreciate the outreach and the empathy that you've got for the refugee community and their needs. Your list didn't include the donations that TPD's partnered with Toys for Tots, and getting the toys out to needy kids, including the refugee community, through my office in that regard. And so that is really important to lots of families around the community. And as recently as last night, I appreciate the several multi-neighborhood meetings that your team always steps up to help convene and to work on some really tough problems that nobody's got a single magic solution for. So those, and I know they're all out after hours, and last night there was one individual who's going through some personal family issues that participated by Zoom, and we really appreciate that. So that's that's something that doesn't go unnoticed at the office. We've got 3 or 4 of those going right now that probably touch 10 different neighborhood associations. Some of the comments from the business community that you referenced are important. I know you guys are on this. They're asking for increased enforcement on open-air drug use, they're seeing an increase in property crime and theft, and calling for a citywide strategy for addressing the needs of the homeless population. And those are all going to be tough. But I know that you're on it. We've had several conversations, and I've had conversations with your captains and lieutenants and sergeants as well on it. So we at the ward office really appreciate the accessibility from all of your staff and the seriousness with which you've taken these, and your staff has taken these issues. So thank you. Thank you all for showing up.
I know that Councilmember Fimbres also has a comment. Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chad, you've done a good job so far. I really appreciate your efforts, and I know Scooby and Sergeant Will Corrales should send individuals in to the heart of the people in the community. They do really well. Oh, Captain Peterson. But my question is, what are we going to do about the staffing and shortages? You're working on that. I know SROs are critical for that issue. Also, the other issue, you keep hearing about neighbors for smoke shops. The hours that they have. Thank you, Chad. For me, I'm fine.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, thank you for your support and your questions. Start with the smoke shop first. That's one of the things that we can highlight as a strategy of a collective resolution. So one of our, Councilmember Fimbres is reporting our second to last officer-involved shooting where we had a critical incident where we were responding to a call for a fight with weapons. One of the challenges that we're having with this specific business model is attracting young adults to an after-hours, so to speak, venue from 2 o'clock on. And I tell my teenage son, unless you're working, nothing good comes of being out after midnight. And so this situation certainly highlighted that night. But what we were able to do when we recognized we have had several smoke shops throughout the city that have been the epicenter of violent crime and gun crime. We are down on violent crime at 2%. Part 1 crimes are down 2% on a 5-year average. What we have in Tucson is a gun crime. And we're seeing that across the country. We're seeing that fights turn into shootings. There's no fist fights anymore. They turn into shootings. Those are conversations that we're all having, and that's what happened before we responded on that evening. So it's a collective effort. We are putting together a comprehensive request and suggestions with the city attorney office being a contributing partner, with Carlos's shop at ESGD and some code violations, but we'll be coming to you and suggesting some ordinance changes that will allow us to more effectively police these types of businesses, but also really, if we take a step back, and I think the future, and this is on our responsibility as a police department, is to be more engaged with the permitting process. so we can evaluate our business model, because we also have to look at how we deploy. We deploy police officers per calls for service. And so if we're going to open a business at a time where we only have 1 or 2 squads out working, we need to evaluate what type of operational impact will occur. The other part of your question is, what are we doing about staffing? Great question. We have just over 730 deployable officers. We're authorized at 850. But what I'll tell you is, I get asked a lot, Chief, what's your top priority? Well, I don't have the luxury of having just one top priority. I have about 100 of them, and they compete every day. I am in current conversation with city leadership, with the city manager, and I'm very confident that we are evaluating current market, and we're going to be the place to work. We're going to make sure that I have to tell my story and do my job due diligence with the city manager, mayor, and council to talk about what our needs are. But we often talk about commission, and it's absolutely important, and I'll talk about why that's so important in the second part of our conversation with the call for service we received today. But we really have to embrace the idea that we have to put the right work in the right hands. And that means we can't just focus on increasing commission, which we absolutely are. We're focused on retention, and we're focusing on hiring and recruiting. But that's a community challenge. That's a community problem. And so if our community isn't talking about the nobility of the profession, and that if you want organizational change to occur, the best way is to join the force, it's very difficult for us to recruit when a lot of the information on the media is negative. So that goes back into doing a better job of telling our story. But so when we look at it at a holistic way, it's really about, yes, we're absolutely laser focused on in being the employer of choice, which I know we will be. Pay is the last part of that. It starts with having an engaged leadership team. They're sitting behind me that understands in the nuances and the challenges of the profession that we lead. And we're equipping our young human beings to go out and do the job that we expect them to. But it also includes community service officers. And it also includes really smart analytical teams and analysts who come in and go through data and tell us how to smartly deploy our resources. And one of the tools that you also gave me this last fiscal cycle is the opportunity to take advantage of a legislative change and bring back commissioned individuals who have retired as professional staff members, who have decades of experience, and they still want to work. Because what happened was they decided they wanted to retire 5 years ago, and the world changed from 5 years ago. And so we have a whole host of folks now that want to come back. They don't want to wear the gun belt. It's not very comfortable, and as you can see, I barely fit in the chair. But that's the right work in the right hands. So that's how we're going to balance the workload, so we can make sure that we keep our police officers available to do police officer work.
Councilmember Cunningham?
So we've talked about a lot of this stuff over the last month, and it's good that everyone's engaged. I think that the biggest challenge that I'm looking at right now for us is that staffing piece, and where over the different times I've been on the council for the past 12 years, we've had discussions about culture, we've had discussions about materials, personnel, all those things. This is the first time where it's really not. I think we can find a strategy with materials, with equipment and resources. I think we can get there. I think our biggest challenge right now is how to get that staffing where we want. And one of the things I think that would really be helpful for the public to understand is that from a staffing perspective, how's it going in other cities, especially our peer cities like Tulsa, Tulsa, Birmingham, Albuquerque, those secondary markets with a metro population of between 300,000 and 600,000 and an MSA population of under 1.2 million. What's that like? Because I'm never ask a question you don't know the answer to. I know that everybody's kind of struggling with this, and I want to know, how we're going to, moving forward, how we're going to find those creative ways, like bringing people back who are off the job. I think that's a great move. I think expanding our CSO program just so we have more people responsive, integrating CSP into what we're doing, and then ultimately, we need to find that little bump. We need that little bump in retention, and we need that little bump in recruitment. So I wanted to talk about those strategies today. I know you have a plan together, and I wanted to hear it.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, it's like everyone else. So there's 18,000 police departments in this country, and there's 73 major city police departments, and we're one of them. And we're short. We're short, for all the reasons we've discussed. But no excuses. That's a really complex problem that everybody at this table and everybody in the community and throughout the country owns. And no doubt about it, I'm trying to shift away from words like reform and transform. We don't go buy a reformed new iPhone. I don't buy iPhones anyways, a Droid product, but think about it, right? So we have to change the language. What we're talking about is the profession of policing provides a service, right? And services evolve to meet the needs. Like our world has changed post-pandemic, the last 5 years with police use of force. So you've all heard me say this, and the community has as well. If we look at policing 5 years ago and we look at it today, it's largely still based around a structure of training of a 9-month time period. In this country, it takes you 4 years to be trained to be a licensed electrician. It takes you 4 years to get a bachelor's degree, which gets you what? 2 years to do an associate's. But we give these young men and women 9 months of training. And I never want us to become desensitized to the expectations that we have of these young human beings. And they do amazing work 99% of the time with maybe 70% of the equipment they need to be successful. And that doesn't mean that we don't invest in training, but we are thinking differently about that. We thank you to you, we run our own academy. So when we want to go plus on top of Arizona Post requirements, we get to do that. I don't have to ask anyone. We do it. So we are absolutely, I just spent a day and a half at the Department of Justice, at the Community-Oriented Policing Office, to talk about not everything that's going great, but maybe where we're struggling in a roundtable exercise. So now's the time where we have to learn from others, and we're going to continue to invest smartly in our people. And so there's a lot of different things going on. I'm very confident that the city manager and mayor and council are going to, the unions are, TPOAs put together their ideas. Now, our chief's office have put together our ideas, and I'm in conversation with the city manager. I'm very confident that we're gonna be able to find pay. One point of it is being a competitive salary, but also making sure that we're equipping our staff. But one of the things that we're going to transition to, and the other part of the conversation, is it's not just about equipping the staff, but it's thinking differently about the way that we do the work. So we're going to talk about the use of technology. We're going to talk about putting the right work in the right hands. As the chief of police, other major city chiefs as well, everybody's publicly heard me support community safety, health, and wellness and our ARPA funds. Because right now we're often talking about a symptom. We're feeling the pressure of city leadership of a symptom that we're hearing from the community, but addressing the symptom isn't going to fix the root cause.
Sure.
So it's that investment in our youth, it's investment in our parks, it's an investment in housing first, it's an investment in folks who are struggling with addiction and substance misuse disorders, but it's also system accountability. So I think through the country, starting with the President of the United States, I think we're seeing a centering of a conversation. We're recognizing as a country for far too long, we've asked far too many things of our police officers. And so we're shifting the right work in the right hands. And I'll just tease it, our director of Public Safety Communications Department is going to talk about how she's shifting some of that work here in a moment.
So that gives me my follow-up, and I love the idea of technology filling some of our gaps, and I think that's a great idea to help deliver service for us. But the other piece I wanted to talk about is over the years, and I've talked to you about this a couple of times, I'm really wondering, are we over-selecting? And when I say are we being over-selective? I feel like there's some folks out there that would be tremendous additions to our force who can't even get in the door. And I know that's more of a post concern. And are there any reforms, or are there any discussions evolving with that matter? In other words, do we have an opportunity to take a look at our pool and say, oh, wait a minute, this person may have that 5, 6, 7 years ago, no chance, but we've changed some of the rules with marijuana. We've changed the rules in the past of age, when you look at age and maturity. I look at all those things and I'm wondering, can these rules be tweaked? Can we amend them? Can we have a way where we can get some folks that probably deserved a chance onto our team?
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, we are absolutely, one thing is working to have influence up in Phoenix, and that includes with Arizona Post. So there's Arizona Chiefs of Police Association that we are a member of. We are participating. We are contributing. In fact, there's a conference that I was originally going to be at this week, happening as we speak, where we're sharing and collaborating at a state level. Arizona Post is absolutely aware of their need to adapt to making sure that we're creating an opportunity for folks to become public safety officials with recognizing humanality. What I'll tell you is I just had this conversation with some of my leadership behind me yesterday of through a lens of equity, what we really need to be careful with is has our psychological and our polygraph process evolved to recognizing lived experiences and opportunities, or maybe folks that didn't have those. We're going to push on that. We pushed on it when I was down in Como. We're going to keep pushing on that now. But I assure you, and I know one of your frustrations is those are confidential and I can't disclose details, so it's a little bit of a trust fall with me. But I would assure you that we push the envelope as much as possible to give people the opportunity to show us that, yes, they made some mistakes when they were younger human beings, but we're going to give them an opportunity to be the human being that they want.
Mr. Manager?
Mayor, just maybe a way to summarize some of the pieces that are important for you all. I think first and foremost, you can see from the chief's responses and from his command of the leadership needed to move the department and quite frankly, the community in a real positive way is incredible. I think that the support that he has of the community is demonstrated in some of the comments that we all hear. But I also think that to Councilmember Fiembris and to some level, Councilmember Cunningham's questioning about staffing, that is an ongoing discussion, and it's all-inclusive. I had a conversation earlier today with the spouse of an officer that said, look, Mike, it's not about just the equipment that they need. I want him to have the best equipment available. And that resonated with me in the sense of, okay, how and what responsibility do we have to provide that environment? So it's not just a singular focus. And I think that with Chad's leadership and really looking at what that future of the department and our relationship with the community and some of the challenges that we have, that's going to be a key conversation. So we'll be bringing back some thoughts in terms of strategies as well as potential investment going forward. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Manager, I just want to say a couple of last words because I think it's appropriate to follow up on the conversation regarding staffing. I think there is a false narrative out there, Chief, that this mayor and council is not giving you the appropriate tools to hire additional officers. As a matter of fact, our budget shows an additional 100 officers and openings for you to be able to fill. My concern is that it is hard to recruit. And I think we are at a point where in previous years, right, 5 years ago, maybe 7 years ago, we did not see this level of disinterest in public service, I would say in all of public service, but specifically in public safety, specifically in this field of work, being a police officer. Can you talk to me about recruitment efforts in terms of how can we give you additional help to be able to recruit officers? I mean, this particular mayor and council presided over one of the biggest history-making market rate increases in the history of the city of Tucson by investing $30 million into pay. I know that we worked really hard to make sure that our police department received the market rate increase it deserved. I think some received up to 13% increase in their pay. We have, done everything we possibly can to secure your pension system, PSPRS. It was 34% funded. Now we see 72% funded in PSPRS. I believe, as the mayor, that is an investment that is very important for our officers, to have the security that after they invest their time into our department, that they have that secure pension system. We are, as the mayor, and I know my colleagues agree, we want to make sure that we invest into a physical and mental wellness of our officers. So we're creating a program with you to make sure that we're investing in that. And so we've taken great strides and steps to make sure that we are clear to our officers in the community and to you that the commitment of mayor and council is there to provide the infrastructure and the equipment to keep our officers safe, so that we can tell the wife and spouse and children of our officers that we're doing everything we possibly can to return their mom home safely. So how can we move into the future in terms of recruitment and retention? We talked about pay. We are currently having that conversation in terms of where we need to move next, because the rug is always changing on us in terms of pay. How can we help you recruit and retain our officers?
Madam Mayor, members of council, Mr. City Manager, let me start with first saying join TucsonPD.org. We're hiring. And again, join TucsonPD.org. One of the things I tell my team members before I get to what I need from this leadership team is, and if my team members from the newest member to the top of the organization are not the best recruiters, we will never fix our staffing challenges, period. So first step is we have to believe, we have to recruit the folks that we want to work with, and recognize that this is a special organization to work at. Not all police departments are created equal, and this is a learning organization. Not all major city chiefs are out connecting and running with their recruits, and responding to calls for service and connecting in a way. I haven't forgotten what it means to do the work. Let me be very clear, I absolutely feel supported by you, Mayor, by the manager, by the members of the council, by my peer directors that I work with in the city. You ask a complicated question, right? Our city budget is no different than our home budgets. What we want and what we can afford are often in competition. And so the position we found ourselves in was that the last 3 years and really 5 years of the consternation around policing and the profession and where we were headed and what our expectations caused a lot of people to leave the profession. And the challenges of a major city police department are very different than a small 25-person police department or a 100-person police department. That what we ask of our employees every day is different on the 700 calls for service that they go to. It absolutely is. And so what I have to do as a chief is and it takes a minute, is to tell our story. Before I can tell our story, I have to know the story. I have to know what the needs are. I have to talk to the community. I have to talk to the staff. And so that's what I've been working on. And what happened was we saw a regional market adjustment in our region and in the state, larger state, around July, which is substantial because we're all in this position. We're all substantially short police officers, and we're all competing with each other. The city of Tucson has been my employer for 28 years because you also employed me through college. And I started in Parks and Recs, and I'm a product of our public schools, and everybody, many of the folks behind me are as well. So it goes back to connecting with our community, believing in ourselves, working with the city leadership to have absolutely the most competitive pay in this region because we ask the most, and not all police officers are created equal, and we have some amazingly dynamic and caring people, and part of that is reflecting it in compensation and equipment. But we can't have it all at once either. So we're working on it. My team knows it. We communicate that. We're talking about it in the community. It takes several months to recruit and attract. It takes several months to background, and it takes 9 months to train and deploy. But I'll tell you right now, we have police officers who retired who want to come back in professional staff capacities, and we currently have 2 police officers. One is coming back from another department, back home to us, and another one's lateraling from a local agency. So I don't, as a chief, because I have close relationships with all of my counterparts, I am not competing with them. I'm not going to try to take their employees from them because they're in the same boat. But I'm certainly not going to turn away folks who want to come work for one of the finest police departments in the country.
Well, thank you, Chief, for the update. I think that, a couple of things that I wanted to reiterate. Vice Mayor said one of the best ways of producing the finest police officers for the city of Tucson is growing our own. And I highly believe that what you're doing with our community safety officers and the strategies that you're employing to give opportunities in your department is going to continue on the traction of retaining and hiring. I think that into the future, as we move into the future, it's a difficult time. We have gone through a horrific global pandemic that affected our frontline workers, our first responders, but we also are living in a time where, I think you said it in your report, what an exciting time. And we have the opportunity with the right people in place in the city infrastructure and in our community to be able to work together to really find solutions amongst all of us for community safety. And I think that we have some strategies to talk about in the next item. But thank you so much for your report and really appreciate all of your work and looking forward to the fruits of our labor as we move forward.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Just wanted to note that item 7 has been continued to the meeting of October 5th at the request of staff. And I requested information on the city's public and community safety investments, as well as data regarding gun violence and crime in our community. This particular item, we're going to have different presenters, but I just wanted to continue the conversation that we just left and into talking a bit more about strategy and investments that we are doing as a mayor and council. I have shared my vision with you all, my colleagues on the council, with the city manager, and with everyone sitting around this table about what I feel community safety is. I've said before that community safety should not sit on the shoulders of our police department, that it is a responsibility for all of us. And I really walked into a situation within the city of Tucson, within the entire world, of a pandemic and social unrest and questions about community safety, especially with the death of George Floyd, our own in-custody death here in the city of Tucson. And a lot of the work that I had done previously as a council member, serving the residents of Ward 1 in the city of Tucson, of trying to get to root causes of crime and poverty in our community and what poverty and crime brings to our communities, and what actually, based on research and data, works, and the investments that we need to do as a city to get to those root causes. Those pivotal sentinel events of George Floyd and Carlos Adrian really opened my eyes as mayor as to what I would want it to do in the delivery of community safety in our community. Is basically looking at community safety in a holistic perspective, being able to alleviate all societal issues from the shoulders of our police officers, because for many, 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 many decades, we have been underinvesting in mental health, in houselessness, in substance use disorders, and laying all of those responsibilities on the doorstep of police officers. Society has been putting all of these issues, wanting police to figure it out with the 9 months of training that they've had, maybe sometimes years of experience. So it really is about sharing the load and putting the right work in the right hands, as the chief has said. So community safety, health, and wellness became a reality. A few days after the Carlos Adrian incident in the city of Tucson, I said, we've got to create a program that will help prevent what happened in this community. And so community safety, health, and wellness, and looking at public safety communications, TPD, Tucson Fire, housing community development. This mayor and council have created our Housing First program, and even though we understand that Housing First is not the answer for all of it, we understand that it's part of the puzzle to provide community safety to Tucsonans. And so we've been working diligently together, the city manager and all those on this table, to deliver the services to our residents that they deserve, and looking at many different strategies, looking at many different investments that we've been creating since 2020. I wanted to make sure that we asked this team to give an update, ask the city manager to talk about the investments that we're making, have an opportunity to talk clear and transparently regarding our needs, regarding where we are with the different programs that we've created, with the work that we've been doing with the departments that we have. And then also have an opportunity to talk about the strategy as we move forward. We are looking at those societal ills that we have, right? We know that we have concerns regarding recruitment and retention of police officers, but we also have concerns about how much are we investing in mental and behavioral health, how much are we investing in unsheltered folks. I know that we have big issues such as drug use and drugs flowing into our community that is exacerbating our homeless situation, that is exacerbating crime. What is it that we need to do we know what the problems are. We are investing in strategies to change the situation, and then what is the strategy to move forward so that the city of Tucson, this mayor and council, and the entire team do everything we possibly can to keep our community safe. So with that, Mr. Manager, I know that we are going to have a conversation, but I know that you have a presentation to give to the mayor and council. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know that I have a presentation, just have a few thoughts maybe to frame the discussion. And I do see this as an ongoing dialogue. So first and foremost, I think it's important to recognize the complexity of what we're talking about here. This is not a one-off project. This is not a single incident. This is not a single problem, but this is the magnitude of which we've probably never experienced. And the complexity around that. You're going to hear presentations from 3 directors, but recognize that there's a whole team, not just in their departments, but in the entirety of the city and the entirety of the community that is working on this. And I think as we look at those relationships and those partnerships, it becomes extremely important for everyone to understand their role in this and how we approach it. Mary, you mentioned the investment, and certainly after the Carlos Adrian Ingram Lopez incident, there was a lot of conversation around that. And we immediately embarked upon the community safety, at that time, pilot program. But I will also bring to your attention the magnitude of the investments that you have continued to make. So this isn't a new thing that we just brought up today. This has been going on at least since 2020 and even before. The current budget that you addressed is about $30.2 million just in supplementals and in ARPA money for FY23. That is outside of the base budgets in PD, which is just shy of 200 million, and you start looking at all of the other parts to the operating budget. So the investment is significant. What I think is important, Mayor, in your opening remarks to really bring home some of the dialogue is a report from these folks, again, a cohesive understanding of where we're headed, but then opportunity for you and others to look at it and maybe tweak and encourage maybe a different thought, maybe a different investment, or expanding investments. In Chad's previous presentation, how many times have we ever heard someone sitting at this table talk about how investment in parks, investment in youth goes hand in hand with the investment in public safety? And that again demonstrates the leadership and the opportunity. Yes, it's the most difficult time we've all been through, but it's also the best opportunity for us to really lead in a lot of these spaces. What you're going to hear today is, as you mentioned, update on some of the programs, strategies for maybe coming back with other ideas, maybe further reports, but also the need for us to challenge ourselves as a community, the systemic pieces that are out there, the other service providers that are out there that are part of the solution. So the order that we're going to go in is we're going to start with our 911 director, Sharon McDonough, who will then turn it over to Sarah Lanius, our community safety program director, and then Chad will come back in, and we'll open it up to questions as you see appropriate. Thank you, Mayor. Sharon.
There we go. Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Mayor, members of the council, thank you for having me here and giving us this opportunity to share with you the things we've done to invest in this collaborative effort and our plans for the future. So the Public Safety Communication Center is really the tip of the spear where public safety begins, right? The call comes into us, and our ability to understand the work of police and fire is crucial to us getting it right from the get-go and sending the right resources to get the best outcome for our community members. For the first time in 30 years that I've been part of public safety for the city of Tucson, we are really working well with each other to understand each other and to collaborate towards a common goal. That's because of everybody that's involved here. The Comm Center is tasked with sending the right resource to the right place at the right time. You hear that from all of us, but just because someone calls 911 does not mean that the need is emergent or that police resources are best suited to meet the need. Dispatching police as a default problem solver is not always the answer. For many years, the Comm Center has simply participated in this conversation from a very reactive stance. The call comes in and we send resources, and that isn't the right answer. Instead, we as a city and we as PSCD leadership must continue to invest in a diverse ecosystem of response. By right-sourcing the non-emergent needs of the public, we free up Chad's troops to be able to get back to the work that they need to do in policing. And we saw that today, I think, with the threat of an active shooter at a local school today. And our ability to rapidly gather those resources and get them sent is reflective of our need to keep them available for the big threats. PSCD leadership knows that community safety is not just a police problem, and the solution requires a proactive, system-wide approach. I think everyone at the table has heard that from all of us over the course of the year, and it just continues to be true. This year, City and Public Safety leadership participated in a national effort, and we appreciate that everybody joined us on that, to create a blueprint to transform 911 and examine alternative response models. In March, we added a data analyst to our staff to take a deeper dive on those utilizing 911 services and the resultant response and outcome. Recently, we partnered with TPD to reduce response to a group of lower-level response calls, non-emergent call types, resulting in a decrease in TPD dispatches and freeing up their resources for higher emergent needs. This month, we worked with parks to gain access to over 160 cameras located in 11 city parks. This improves our ability to allow our embedded track sergeants to take a look at what's going on and provide real-time analytics to the responding officers in the field and the follow-up evidence information so that they can gather the information they need for their investigations. To date, we are continuing our pilot of crisis call takers in the center, allowing callers that are reporting a behavioral health crisis to be immediately connected to the right resource, a specialist in behavioral health, well-trained to meet their need. To date, we divert over 1,000 calls per month to that group, those specialist groups, without sending law enforcement. That's a big win. Further, they do a lot of follow-up work with these people and keep them connected to those resources so that they're not bouncing back into the system. And we are continuing to work with the Community Safety and Health and Wellness Group to provide information and data that's critical to their operations. So next, our next big thing on the agenda that all people seem to be aware of is how we will contribute to the overall strategy through the 311 platform. We've begun the foundational build-out of a 311 system that will be tailored to our community's needs. It will simplify citizen access to city services. It will allow data collation and collection from a single point to start to help us identify the demand from our community and the gaps in service delivery that we currently still have that cause people to call 911 for a non-emergent or lower emergent need. By the end of 2023, the 311 platform will be accessible via phone, internet, and app, and will be somewhat of a self-reporting portal with feedback, similar to your Amazon package has left the station, your Amazon package has arrived. It will give that feedback, and it will provide city leadership with an ability to critique some of the work being done by our departments and find any areas in need of improvement. We're also exploring some advancements in technology, including Next-Gen 911, that will allow photos and video of scenes to come directly into our communication center. We will be inserting some artificial intelligence software to allow our call takers to get to a conclusion and a dispatch sooner. It will also allow us to QA 100% of the calls that come into the center and find trends. It will be able to collate information based on keywords where we can find out how many calls this year involved homelessness and where are those areas trending. So good information that will feed back to this group to allow us for future decision-making. We're evolving, and we know we're not done. We know our role is critical to the whole picture, the whole concept of community safety and discovering just what the root cause issues are. For us to get a good grip on that, we need to have collection that says, these are what they're calling us about, and this is what we will do with it from there as a team. We know we need to continue to collaborate. We want a proactive stance from the 911 center, not just a reactive stance. And we must remain responsible, agile, responsive to what our community is asking for. Thank you for the opportunity to participate today, and thank you for the support, the ongoing support we've had in some of our intentional work towards this greater city strategy. Appreciate your time.
Are there any questions before we move on to Director Lanius from Director McDonough, or to Director McDonough? Alrighty. Go ahead, Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City Council, it's a little nerve-wracking to be at the table with you today, but thank you for allowing me to be here. As you know, the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness Program is really intended to help provide this kind of continuum of services and approaches, both internally and externally. And so we have the great pleasure of being able to work with a number of pre-existing teams in the city, including TC3 under Tucson Fire Department, the MIST, CERT, and HOT teams at Tucson Police Department, as well as the Housing First program at Housing and Community Development Department. And so I like to think of us as kind of a connective tissue of sorts, right, amongst these really dynamic and exceptional professionals that have really, in some ways been formed in part to be able to allow us to meet new needs, right, that previously we were not necessarily best able to. And I think that's especially exemplary in the case of MIST. In TPD, so allowing our law enforcement partners to be able to really respond to unique and complex needs. The direction that the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness program is going is really identifying ways that we can also bring in nonprofit partners more effectively to assist there. And then how do we also identify opportunities for civilians within the city organization to take over some of those responsibilities really that have been left on the shoulders of our commissioned folks, whether in fire or in the PD. And so we are moving really rapidly to do our best to do that and to find ways to be able to respond to the nonviolent, non-criminal calls and to do so in a way that is really effective and smart and again puts the right response in the right hands. I know, part of the conversation today was also focused on gun violence, so I want to make sure to kind of hit on that, and I know that Chief Kazmar will extend on this, but the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team will be providing some civilian support around the P&I efforts that we're engaged in, so the place network investigations, really focusing in on gun violence hotspots, in the city. We know that for that to be really successful, we actually really need to have communities being an active part of it and really having that buy-in. And so the Community Safety, Health, and Wellness team is going to be able to help provide some of that additional support to division staff that are doing really remarkable work on those P&I efforts. Through our community outreach and violence interruption team. Most of you are very familiar with the care coordination team, which launched early last month. They are actively taking referrals from our 911 team, working with frequent callers with complex issues, as well as taking referrals from the ward offices. This is a really great kind of training opportunity for that team because they are really going to be some of the main responders once 311 is launched. And so they are getting very familiar with city processes, getting a very good sense of what the types of needs are for folks who are calling in frequently to our 911 system, and able to swap notes with our TC3 team so that we're really able to make sure that we are hitting that kind of right level of response for folks who often are not best served necessarily by lights and sirens. And so that's an ongoing effort, and we continue to really kind of fine-tune and hone their approach. That team, as many of you know, has a depth of knowledge and experience in behavioral health, but we also have team members with, specialties in homeless services, in working with individuals experiencing serious mental illness, working in lockdown facilities, a whole kind of host of dynamic needs. And so we're really happy to have them join the city team. I do want to talk a little bit about some of the next steps that are very big for us. We can continue to work really closely with our nonprofit partners, especially working in recovery and addiction, as well as housing. Those are two primary needs for us in the community. And so we're continuing to kind of fine tune that, intend to start launching some of our larger resource partner meetings here pretty soon. And are looking for opportunities for kind of joint funding requests, et cetera, ways that we can really leverage those existing resources. Also working on coordinated team responses, incorporating community health workers through the health department and our partners at El Rio, as well as plugging in faith community much more so into the work. So that's ongoing work. We also are, obviously continuing to work with our public safety partners on our alternative response model, and just making sure that we are learning from the best practices in other cities that have done similar approaches, as well as just making sure that we have the type of safety protocols and training that are needed as we continue to look at expanding and adjusting some of our responses. That includes, looking at things like welfare checks and where there might be some opportunity for, civilian response. And of course, we will be launching a pilot this spring in partnership with OPCS and El Rio to provide a very unique response to a high call type that comes into our Tucson Fire Department. And these are typically known as person down calls. So this is a very kind of, focused response, drawing upon subject matter experts who are used to working with individuals who are experiencing houselessness, and drawing upon their skill sets to be able to do both co-response and eventual first response for that particular call type. We're very excited about that pilot. It's going to give us a lot of opportunity to figure out how we can best utilize existing partners and skill sets in our community to meet a very significant need. And this is also a partnership that allows us to draw upon federal funding that is going to these partners, which is I think a smart use of our resources. So we're continuing to look at opportunities like that as we move forward to try and make sure that we are able to shore up the responses of our public safety partners. Thank you.
Go ahead, Chief.
Madam Mayor, members of the council, just to build upon my team members here and the comments of the city manager. One of the ways that we have this conversation internally and in the community when we're out is one of our charter responsibilities and core services that we provide are the 911 system. And so that's a great example of one segment of work that a police department's required to respond to. That's what the community expects. We also have to change the landscape of generational or several managers ago philosophy. If you want a cop, you get a cop. That's just not the reality of major city policing. So we depend on our partners that are sitting at the table with me in putting the right work in the right hands. And one example of that was exactly what Director McDonough talked about, is over 800 calls a month are being peeled off. And so it used to be if you were having a heart attack or your house was on fire, you got a firefighter. And everything else, especially at 2 a.m., you got a police officer. Now, 800 is a good start, but there's still too many calls at 2 a.m. that are falling upon police officers, right? So, but it takes us time as a body of government, as a community, to scale programs. So I have my best friend, best man in my wedding, co-worker at the police department, has been battling cancer for over a decade. Left untreated would probably be terminal. When he went to his doctor 10 years ago and in the last treatment, there was never a guaranteed plan that was going to work. You treat a patient. You treat a patient based upon your skills, based upon your observations, and based upon the knowledge of a really dynamic team to make sure that through your experiences and your leadership that you provide the best possible outcome for that patient. So when we talk about complex problems like the unsheltered, like substance misuse, like gun crime, violent crime again is down 2%, 5-year average. Property crime, Part 1 crimes down 14%. What we're talking about here, normally when we get the emails, are calls related to our unsheltered population and gun crime. And so what we recognize as a city leadership team under the direction of Mr. Ortega is you have to use strategy. Strategies take time. In the policing world, that translates into, and I certainly contributed to a decade ago or 15 years ago, if we had a problem in a certain part of town, we cast a broad net and everybody got stopped. Enforcement was broad. Now through strategies like hotspot policing, place network investigations, what we refer to as P&I, we talk a lot about that, tactical investigations within all of the patrol divisions, all 4 of them that you see the leaders behind me, and using technology and community-based violence interruptions, focused deterrence and models of intervention, DMI, drug market interventions, and federal partnerships. Those are just a few examples of where we create evidence-based strategies, and we use smart people like analysts that have PhDs and doctorates and lived experiences that have grown up through the department who help us make very strategic and focused and organized efforts. But that takes time, right? It takes time to do the work. It takes time to go out there and be strategic. So now, and it goes back into the first part of our conversation of having the trust and connection with the community. So during those community meetings, they will pull us aside and say, hey, you know what? I have a new neighbor and something's not right there. Because evidence-based strategies are about prevention. The goal is to prevent, right? While we manage the workload, because we often dissect those and we think, well, if we're, it's more complex than just responding to the workload we have in front of us. While we continue to just focus on that, whether you work at Water or GSGD or any of the departments, Parks and Rec, COM, Sarah's shop, we stay right where we're at. But it's having the fortitude and doing a better job of telling our story as a body of government, and you've done a fantastic job of that, of investing in these programs, which are long-term investments. That's part of the strategy. So we might not see that next year, the year after that, because it's a longer-term investment while we're deploying strategic resources to the problems that we're focused. But it does embrace also having the right work in the right hands. So as Sharon alluded to today, when we had the report of active shooter situation at a local high school, within 4 minutes, they processed that call within 60 seconds, and within 4 minutes, you had an officer on scene, and within seconds after that, you ultimately had 26 resources there, including myself. So why is that important? Well, again, strategy is through the Pima Regional Critical Incident Team, which is what we launched, if I'll remind everybody, in March, under the leadership of Chief Kara Riley in Oro Valley and Sheriff Nanos, has now far expanded to really a philosophy, whether we're addressing critical incidents, we're looking at our drag racing issues on our cities or in the county in this metro area, or we're talking about, as the sheriff and I did under the commitment of the local leadership to reassess, are we ready for our worst day? Are we ready for an active shooter situation in any of our school districts? Because there's 17 of those in this area, and there's 11 police departments, and are we ready? Are we communicating? So fortunately today, 27 of your courageous police officers, through the direction of, I've been recently calling, our public safety partners are absolutely the eyes in the sky of getting us there and having our fire partners staged. But 27 police officers rushed to a school with rifles, with rifle shields, with entry tools to break down doors, to find a threat and to neutralize a threat, because in those types of situations, our goal is to limit the loss of life, because a loss of life is already occurring. That's not the strategy, right? The strategy is how do we prevent? How do we work smart? How do we share information? That requires the community, that requires our school leadership, that requires the federal government to work with us. And those things happen every day behind the scenes, and there's good outcomes, so we don't talk about it, we don't hear about it. So we're working on that as a regional team, and we're working on here at locally. The challenge is, if you're not one of the community members that's attending the P&I meetings, or one of the locations, or you're not one of a business community where we're really celebrating public-private partnership and responsibility for a safe community, again, we don't always do a good job of telling our story. But I want the community to know you don't have to be one of the P&I sites that we're partnering and we're learning from, which is a project that we committed to with several other major city police departments across the country and communities. Because good work goes on every day, proactive work in this community from the public safety team, from community safety, health, and wellness, through these long-term investments that we're making. And it's going to take us a moment to evaluate to see if the patient is how it's responding to the treatment. And so that's what we're asking from the community. That's why it matters to invest in parks. That's why we should be paying attention this next legislative cycle to what's going on with public school funding. Poverty is an absolute driver and contributor to crime. And we're still an impoverished community. But we're working on that. We're working on being the employer of choice. Through a relentless effort from Councilmember Kozachek, I'm proud to say we have one of our refugees that's one of our community service officers, and I believe will eventually be a police officer. So that's a smart investment of our city and our government resources. And so just because we're investing in one doesn't mean we can't invest in another area. We really need to dissect that conversation. But what the community also should understand is whether it's ARPA funds, whether it's in supplementals, whether it's in base budget, that mayor and council and the city manager have been very clear that we've set a strategy and we're going to continue to evaluate whether that strategy is working or not, and then we're going to be nimble and we're going to be dynamic and we'll make shifts. And shifts like investment, one of the things that I'll be talking about with mayor and council in the near future is an expansion of technology. We can create safe spaces in this community with expansion of technology that respects privacy, but at the same time makes very clear if you're somewhere in our community to commit a violent act, we are going to find you and we will hold you accountable. But I'll close with, it's bigger than us. It's bigger than police. It's bigger than the public safety team. It's bigger than the community safety, health, and wellness. It requires community collaboration. It requires government collaboration between Pima County and the city of Tucson. It requires all of my partners in the public safety system, to include Laura Conover, our Pima County attorney, to include the city prosecutor's office, the public defender's office, the attorney general's office, the U.S. attorney's office, all of which I have met with and said on specific occasions for specific incidents where they have, in my opinion, contributed to a less safe community with their decision-making. But in fairness to them, again, we're building relationships, we're making deposits, we're using specific examples of saying, we don't agree with this system's decision, and here's how your decision is impacting my part of the system. Police work occurs every day in this community proactively, where some people should remain in jail, incarcerated, pending the outcome of an investigation. And there are times that we're tracking where that doesn't occur and additional violent acts occur. But just like we're being intentional through strategy within our community, we're also being intentional with strategy with our partners. So it's not about, publicly shaming anyone here. It's really about understanding how all of these systems are working, are not working together, so that with a humanistic eye, we can recognize what's working and what's not working. And so I'll go ahead and stop there and available for questions.
Colleagues, Councilmember Cunningham.
Well, it's a great closing, and it's a great message about collaborating with our partners, Pima County attorneys, Pima County Sheriff's Office. We've talked different, there's all kinds of different ways we can do. There's little solutions from, there's little solutions from as easy as, hey, can they help us shag calls on certain days? Like we talked about that before. There's big wide solutions. What about repurposing how we do corrections? I think there's in-city solutions. One of the things that's really interesting about today's conversation is that city courts isn't here. It probably should be. I mean, and I'm not saying that we're wrong for not including them, but it really never dawns on you as you're going through this process. Look, what a lot of people don't understand outside is that we're kind of rewriting this. There's no manual to do this. Every city, every town and are doing different things. They're collaborating with each other, trying to reinvent how we do business with certain things post-pandemic. That's the truth. And so there's no right answer. But hey, can we try this? Hey, can we try that? I'm absolutely game for anything that will help us improve. And that's what governing is all about. You know, this takes me back to the song Officer Krupke. Ever seen West Side Story? Remember Officer Krupke? And they kind of give this whole list. And basically what the song actually says is, all right, there's a school system, and the school system fails the kids. So he goes to the law enforcement system. Law enforcement sends him to the court system that sends him to the juvenile court system that sends him back to the social welfare system that says, you know what, you need to really check with the school system. Well, that's where we started. And that's been the situation for a long time. And it isn't that they're not collaborating. It's not that they're not trying. It's that as we find out in doing this work, we find out that every case is different. Every scenario is different. There are all kinds of different factors on what happens as this system changes. So for some of the folks listening at home, we had a lot of government speak today. I'm going to try to put into some plain speak. One of the things that 911's doing is instead of just dispatching law enforcement, they're actually just dispatching social work style responders. The other thing that they're doing is we're working on a program with some of our frequent flyers. Not every 911 call is a 911 call. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's just someone who wants someone to talk to. And so we're really trying to change that. And that was one of the things that right away we knew, and we've done a great job responding to that. One of the things that we have is not every single call is an active shooter call. We have calls all the time with police, just somebody drives by, sees two people arguing, and they call the cops. And guess what? The police may or may not need to be there, but it doesn't require a gun and a badge. It requires great communication skills, and quite frankly, we've got an incredibly well-trained police department in responding to that, but wouldn't it be great if we had some people who had more formal training for that type of crisis intervention, which is what Sarah's team's all about. So for the folks at home, that's the type of stuff we're talking about. Finally, let's talk about the quote-unquote elephant in the room, the unsheltered. There's been a lot of discussion about the unsheltered during the week. Nationally, it isn't a Tucson-centric problem. It's an everyone problem. And it isn't a addiction problem or an eviction problem or a construction problem or a materials problem. It's not any, it's all of them. It's an everything problem. And so, and it isn't just it's not, I wouldn't say it's a problem, it's more of a challenge. We're working with all of those stakeholders. The city is working with all those stakeholders, everyone from the sheriff's department to Pima County courts to justice courts, to try to have that comprehensive program. And there is no silver bullet. It's not going to happen overnight. We're not going to be able to snap our fingers and magically have 2,000 people that are living unsheltered not living unsheltered. We're just not. But as long as we keep turning and burning, we'll keep fighting away and making little dents. As long as we have a streamlined system where our CSP folks are talking to our police folks, who are talking to our fire folks, who are even talking to our court folks or justice folks, we'll have it. So I really wanted to thank the whole team I wanted to thank the whole team for coming out and kind of talking about that. My office will be releasing our comprehensive plan for some of this in the next week. We're trying to plan some type of large meeting where the stakeholders are involved. We're asking that PCSO, the Pima County Sheriff, Pima County Attorney, Pima County Defender's Office, both legal and public defenders are involved. We're also asking that some of our social work stakeholders, La Frontera, our family, and Old Pueblo are involved. And then we're also going to be reaching out to the presiding judges, because I think the court system is a big piece to this, specifically in juvenile. The last piece that we're going to look at, and this is the weird one that gets missed, we're going to ask the school districts to come. And the reason is we have a bunch of families that are displaced in different situations, and their only line directly, and the place that they are getting support is through their kids' school. And we've got to be there for their kids first. So we're going to set that meeting up. and try to roll this out and see what we can come up with. We've asked, I guess I could call him, I'll just call him Dr. Victor Flores, who founded the Centers for Juvenile Alternatives in the 80s and 90s to help us kind of fine tune our program. And I think we're going to have something good for the community that we can, it's just a jumping off point. It is not the solution, but it's something that once we get everyone to the table, we'll really have something to look forward to. And Tucson will be the leader nationwide in coming up with comprehensive solutions. So that's kind of my piece today, a little soapboxy, but it is what it is. It's Tuesday. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? Vice Mayor, and then Councilmember Kosacic.
All right, well, I wanted to thank, our staff for all the work that they've been doing and coordinating and trying to work together. I know that a lot of the times we work in silos, and so I'm very encouraged by y'all's partnership and trying to learn from each other and address, the challenge that we have at hand with your different experiences and skill sets. So thank you so much for doing that. As we're talking about community safety, I just, want to make sure, we are talking about like violent crime or our own sheltered population and gun violence. But I also want to make sure that in the conversation, we're including the numbers of people, of Tucson residents that have died with traffic fatalities as well. Like we have a high fatality rate for traffic, and we don't even talk about it. And so what do we need to do when it comes to infrastructure that can mitigate that kind of, I guess, traffic violence that's happening on our roadways? We talked about overdoses. I had asked for updated numbers, Chief, and maybe you have them, but just in the last 3 years, that we've been documenting overdoses, we have over 1,000 overdoses. Like, if you want to see what's killing city residents, it's overdoses. So how are we addressing that? What are we doing? And then finally, the next number that kind of caught my eye of like even, higher than the gun violence that we've experienced over the last 5 years is suicide. So it is, this need around mental health, and like, how are we responding to it? So I want to make sure that we're thinking of that as we're talking about community safety, about the approaches that we need to keep our community safe. As the chief was mentioning, that a lot of our violent crime is coming from folks in a cycle of poverty. We had a study session item on that, and I know we're continuing to figure out our own strategy for addressing poverty in our community. But something that stood out to me, Chief, when we were at that conversation at, where were we? What's the what? No, not at the conversation we had with Boys to Men at the loft.
Yeah.
And hearing from folks who were formerly incarcerated, mostly, young Black men, where that, like, if you grew up in an environment where that you see that element of drugs and guns and violence, that's all you know. Like, your moral compass is different than somebody who has a family, stable housing, a family, you go to church, whatever it is, it's different. And so how do we, folks, who haven't been fortunate enough to have a different lived experience, how are we supporting them once they are entering the system to not come back? But like, how do you support folks? And a lot of what I saw and heard that day was about mentorship and how people believed and showed up for them in a different way that wasn't punitive, that was loving and caring, and that changed, their mind or just their hearts, whatever it was that they didn't have before. So that was really powerful to hear. And I know what we're talking about right now is like systems and how do we address systems to meet, these layered challenges and needs that our community has. And that sometimes it's so easy to put it on just like personal personal choices, a responsibility, and the way that I think about it when people say like, well, it's your choice, or you made that choice. When I was growing up on the South Side and we talked, like people would talk about the rate of diabetes or obesity and that kind of thing in our community. But then you see like within a block, like all you have access to when it comes to food is fast food restaurants or Family Dollars or like subpar grocery stores that don't sell anything healthy. But then you tell people like, well, it's your choice. You know, you choose to eat that, but that's all that there is that you have access to. So I think it's important for us to like, how do we think, you know, a little more holistically about how people are making decisions to survive in our community. And I know that in the past, right, we use Band-Aid solutions. We think that we can arrest our way out of some of these problems. And so I'd be interested in knowing like, what is the cost when we do arrest somebody and we do, you know, process them, and when they are, you know, being jailed, like what is that cost to our community? And then what are other, right, alternatives, or how else can we support them? And I know it's all gonna cost money, but trying to make sure that we're being strategic with our investments. And then my questions are, like, thank you, Mayor, for your push with the launching the 311 and making sure that we stay on track with that and investing in that. But do we have a timeline for when we see that launching, and how will 311 and 911 be communicating if a call isn't like an emergency? How are we sending it over to 311, and will that be operating 24/7? And will we have a public information campaign to make sure the folks know that there is kind of like a non-emergency line for folks to call?
So let me start with the beginning questions you had there. Timeline-wise, we believe we'll have the phone piece of it up and running by March. As we progress out and up till about November, we will add in the online version and even the phone app version so that people, you know, some of our younger generation doesn't like to talk on the phone. They can text, they can send it through an app and still get some level of responsiveness. Share with me again the rest of your questions there.
Just the communication between 911 and 311.
So that was a critical component for us, making the plea for it to be housed with the 911 center, because we know that there's a potential for human error, or when someone calls into the 311 when they should have called into the 911. By sharing that technology, we don't lose any of that critical information, addressing, caller information, phone numbers, so that if there's an error through the process of things, it boots right back in with an automatic dispatch to it. The safety net that provides is really critical to city liabilities and just to getting these people where they need to get, because people don't always lead with what the real issue is, right? Some people call in and say, I don't have an emergency, but as we begin to talk to them, we find out they really do. The other good piece about the 311 is it allows the call taker to spend a little bit more time. So they're not on that time crunch that 911 is. So once a call comes into 911 and we make a quick determination, is this life-threatening or not, and what level is it? Does it require a police or fire response, or does it require something else? Right now, our call takers are pressured by that time piece that says, I've got to get the next call. They could see the queue up on the board. They can see that the call taker or the caller they're talking to in the moment is not life-threatening, but they don't know what those other calls are. So there's a pressure there that says, I need to hang up and get this one. Right now, we don't have somewhere to send those folks that are non-emergent. So it's a really tough moment for our call taker and for the constituent when we say, sorry, this isn't an emergency, see you later. There's also no tracking of that. We have a feeling that a lot of people call in with a non-emergent need. We know we do. We know based on numbers from the number of calls coming in versus the number of dispatches going out. But what they are, we have no tracking mechanism. 311 will allow that. So now instead of hitting police goes, fire goes, or crisis goes, we say it goes to the 311 call taker. She or he takes a deeper dive on that and really explores what this person's needing. to speak to Sarah's shop a little bit, these people are not, many of these people are complex. They don't have a singular need. Even if they're just reporting an issue in the street, sometimes it's a streets issue and a water issue together. And the CRM platform will allow real-time diversion to that group. It will go to the right resource at the right time immediately, and real-time feedback that says, hey, the water department's working on this, they expect to be done here, and the streets department also receives it at the same time. On the community safety and wellness part, that's the piece where we have yet to explore what are the real needs in our community. We have good feelings for it. We have good basis for it through TC3, MIST, and the HOT program, really just the in the street moments of gathering information. But this will allow a deeper dive that's really collated, that helps point and guide Sarah's shop towards the public-private partnerships that need to happen for us to get these people connected. You know, I think about, I have a special needs sister, and her ability to get herself connected, she goes to a doctor's appointment and they give complex instructions that are complex for all of us. And her ability to follow those and get rides to where she needs to go and put them in the right order is really limited and diminished, but she has me. So the concept is that we get these people navigated to the right resource that makes that happen for them and stays connected to them in a meaningful way so that they're not cycling back in through the system. No phone trees, no long wait times, right? A lot of these folks have those free phones with limited minutes on them. When they call a 7-digit number with a phone tree, they're using up a really critical piece of their property that they need just to live their life. So putting it under the auspice of 911 keeps it at a 311 level with no cost and no impact to their available minutes. So some of those are the critical pieces that we see there. Does that answer your question?
Councilmember?
Mayor,
Yes,
just real
Mr.
quick, I think
O'Hara.
what part of the request is for timeline. So
Timeline.
we'll get back to you on some specifics there. I know that I've already authorized the filling of some positions. We're moving on some, we'll call it organizational changes. I'm expecting by the first part of next year that'll be complete, and then it'll really start to see the evolution of that. But let me, if you don't mind, let me get back to you on that with specifics, okay? Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozachik, and then Councilwoman Nee.
So, thanks. I'm going to hit two topics. First, the increase in gun violence, and then some comments about interagency cooperation. And Chief, you already began to touch on some of that. In June in response to, let me start that sentence again. Last year, the state legislature passed HB 2111. It was their so-called Second Amendment sanctuary law, where they announced that the state of Arizona, we're not going to follow federal gun laws any longer. In response to that, in June of last year, we passed a resolution saying the city of Tucson, we will abide by federal gun laws. So the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act was passed shortly after that at the federal level. It included enhanced red flag laws, enhanced review for buyers of weapons under the age of 21. It expanded the straw purchase provisions and added domestic partners in dating relationships to DV, domestic violence prohibited possessors. So I'd like to hear from the city attorney in a moment how we effectively have all these enforced in the city of Tucson as a result of our resolution, and what we can do locally, short of passing individual local ordinances, to up our game in each of those four areas. So that will be one question. The state legislature and the governor have allowed too many guns to proliferate in our community. We all know that, and that cancer is metastasized, and it's going to continue to as long as we have the state preemption in place, and that's not going away. But they can't ignore the federal standards that are now in place, and so that's one area I'd like to explore with the city attorney. Further actions, the downtown area, and Chad, this might be something that you were referring or starting to refer to when you talked about enhanced technology. In the downtown area in particular, we've seen and expansion of violent behavior, including gun violence. We've had two shootings, one fatality that jumps to mind right now in one of our parking garages. Merchants and TPD have both expressed an interest in expanding our video surveillance in the downtown area, in the entertainment district. And so I'd like to explore how we perhaps move that forward. Again, with a necessary caveat that we're respecting people's privacy, but when people are shooting people in our parking garages, we ought to have a way to surveil that and act on it. Third area I'd like to explore is just knowing what rules are in place with the county attorney to adopt zero tolerance when TPD brings in a suspect and a firearm's involved. I mean, it takes a law, it takes a cop, and it takes a court. And it's a three-legged stool, and if only two of those legs are working, then the system's not working. And Paul kind of referenced this in some of his comments. So do we have rules in place or understandings in place with the county attorney? So if there's a firearm-related arrest, then we're not doing the catch and release and come on back on your court date. So those are a few questions related to gun violence. As far as interagency cooperation is concerned, this study session was added shortly after the tragic killing of Constable Deb Martinez. And the court documents were very clear in showing that the guy who killed her had threatened other residents with a gun. That's just fact. Constables right now have access to what's called the Spillman database. That database does not have TPD files included in it. It's great out in the rural areas where they're just relying on state and county records, but not so much within city limits. So I'm interested in having you explore how we add relevant TPD files to the Spillman database so constables have a full set of records when they're pursuing issues within the city limits. And secondly, Chief, you and I have had this conversation briefly, but where constables have records indicating a threat is present in an immediate and irreparable eviction, where there's gun threats present, we need to explore an MOU or some sort of an arrangement with the county so that they know that they have TPD support. Not call us if you need us, but the reality is that presence can be arranged days in advance. And so it's not a staffing issue, it's how do we work with them on these rare occasions. And I get the fact that they get 20 evictions a day, and we're not going to go out and do that on every eviction. But where there is an immediate and irreparable eviction involving a firearm or an imminent threat, we need to have an arrangement so that the constable can have a TPD present at the time that they knock on that door, and not just call us if you run into trouble, because that we know what the results of that can be. So those are my questions and comments, Mayor.
Thank you. I don't know if there's a response to that, Chief, but Mike, I know that there's a question for you on the table.
Thank you, Mayor, and Councilmember Kosacic, members of the council. Councilmember Kosacic, I think you summarized well the interplay with respect to the federal laws and then the preemptive effect of state laws. So as we've discussed many times and experienced in litigation, under state law, we can't adopt our own ordinances that are more restrictive or conflict with state law with respect to firearms. However, your point about federal laws being supreme over state laws is correct. And you are also correct that the legislature in the past has made statements or passed bills that says, you know, we don't care what the federal gun laws say, they don't apply in Arizona. Well, they do. And the mayor and council made that clear with the adoption of a resolution that you described that said the federal gun laws do apply within the city limits of Tucson, and folks need to be aware of that. So the question is then, now even more important because you've seen some federal legislation taking some small steps with respect to additional regulations of firearms, but important steps, and you named some in the recent legislation. And so the question is, so what's our role with respect to either the enforcement of those changes in federal law, or just how can we leverage those changes to help us make the community safer? And one example that you point out is the enhancements in the red flag laws. And so based on your inquiry, in fact, we've got our legal advisors, our attorneys who are directly assigned to the Tucson Police Department, already talking with Chad's folks, and including the MIST folks, about taking the requests to get court orders for the surrender of weapons under the federal red flags laws over to federal court, where those federal laws can be leveraged to get those kinds of orders. So we are in the process of going through those changes of the federal laws and working with TPD to build into our operations and our systems the ability to use those enhancements and regulatory provisions to do our work better.
Mr. Manager.
Mayor, I want to start off the conversation regarding the technology because I think it's important in the whole scheme of what we're discussing here, but also broader than this. So Vice Mayor Santa Cruz mentioned the traffic fatalities. Councilmember Kozaczek talked about the issues in some of our parking garages. Clearly technology is an opportunity for us. And I think that it's time that we have that discussion on a macro scale, because I think that it's not just about those pieces that you just mentioned, but we use those as Sharon mentioned earlier. We have cameras in your parks. We are using them for other purposes, but we can look at how that can help in the safety of our community. And I think, Mayor and members of the council, that there's an opportunity here, given that we have incredible technology available to us. Everything from drones to cameras to a variety of different sensors that are out there to help us with this. And ultimately, the goal is to keep our community safe. Now, clearly, the privacy is going to be an ongoing challenge and concern for folks. I understand that. I'm clear. But I also think that can be a very robust community conversation on how best to deploy technologies as we go forward. Because it's truly not just about the dollars associated with it. I think it's all inclusive. How do we use it, as we'll use the term force multiplier, but also to protect the privacy of the residents and the community. Those are conversations that I believe we can lead in, and I believe that this community is ready for that type of a discussion. So I just wanted to mention that, Mayor. I'll turn it over to Chad and to answer some of the other pieces of that.
Go ahead, Chief.
Madam Mayor, Mr. City Manager, members of council, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, I'll start with fentanyl. Fentanyl is absolutely ravaging the country, and it's ravaging our community. We're a border city, as we all know. We're very clear, which makes us a corridor or pipeline of when drugs are trafficked to different parts of the country. I want to make sure everybody knows we're part of something really special called the Counter Narcotics Alliance, or what we refer to as Arizona High Intensity Drug Trafficking. We have increased our investment, commitment, our partnership. I believe another big regional partner is looking at joining as well, because again, we understand we're stronger together when we collaborate and we put our resources together. Why is that important? When fentanyl pills every morning I wake up, I'm first grateful for, it's a struggle well philosophy, being grateful for things that are going well in your life. And my first thing is I'm grateful that I didn't wake up to a critical incident or an injured or harmed officer. Then I start reading resumes and I hope that there wasn't a shooting and there wasn't a fatality. But I read resumes. And so many of those resumes include guns, but a lion's share of those resumes include fentanyl. And we refer to them as blues or M30s. And you don't see the unsheltered population drinking alcohol anymore because they smoke the M30s, because they're accessible, they provide a longer high, they're cheaper. So it's complicated. We've talked a lot today about the resources and wraparound services and investment, but it also requires someone being ready, and I know that personally through lived experiences of my family. So we have to dissect terms like low jail population or incarceration and arrest because they're different things. And what we have to recognize, best option, option A, utopia, is somebody's ready to get help themselves, not driven by their family, not driven through an arrest, but that they want help themselves. But we have to recognize, or an intervention, but we have to also recognize is that arrests can be a leveraging into services, whether that's a juvenile or whether that's an adult. And it's not the first best option, but it is a tool that we have in our toolbox. So I certainly appreciate the fact that Mayor and Council understands, and with your investment in so many proactive, community-based resources to help people. But part of this is also enforcing and balancing, because we are a poor community, and if you build it, they will come. If we had 6 hotels, we'll need 12. So the balance that we have to strive as a community and elected body of government, and I'm just a component, is finding that balance and providing some level of discomfort if people don't want to follow the rules that we have in place. With an empathetic lens. And so that's a balance. I'll be the bearer of bad news. There's no perfect strategy. There's no perfect solution, but I do believe in all of you as a very cohesive body of government that we're going to figure it out. So intentional drug enforcement and targeting sales is absolutely important. But I've also provided, what we're doing right now is not working. So one of the things that I contribute is very intentional enforcement in certain areas. After our resources have gone out and people have declined wraparound services, I can then go out strategically and do enforcement to encourage folks to receive those services. Fatalities, 64 fatalities to date. I put my big foot in my mouth, which I'll do a lot while I'm in the seat and long after I'm in it. I ran a DUI deployment before on New Year's Eve with a regional approach, and I got in front of the camera and I said, we're not going to tolerate all these fatalities. And then we promptly had 2 that night, within 100 yards of each other. But you know what we didn't have then and we have now is 411 because the voters passed it. And monies for safer streets, monies for investment in sidewalks, in signage, in barriers that help people make better decisions so we wouldn't have 29 fatalities year to date. Environmental design, but also enforcement. I want to highlight that the governor's Office of Highway Safety has provided the police department over $700,000 this year of equipment and funds to do education, to do enforcement, to have equipment. And they've been a great partner in what I'll be updating Mayor and Council on next week in responding to the drag racing and the behavior of taking over intersections. Councilmember Kozacek. Thank you for acknowledging one of the challenges that we're facing. The opportunity through very overt cameras is to celebrate and recognize this with the community. We've made these huge investments and we want them to be safe. We want them to be safe for pedestrians, for bicyclists, for folks who are downtown, and knowing and reinforcing that we use technology every day in this department to solve crime. We caught, in the last 4 days, we've had 4 non-fatal gun crimes, ranging from domestic violence, spontaneous violence through a physical altercation to a domestic violence and a drug sale that we all caught on community cameras or business cameras. Technology helps this police department solve crimes every day, and that's just a smart investment of resources. So I look forward to having ongoing conversations with you.
Can you clarify that? Did we make arrests in all those cases?
We have in some and we will in the others.
Okay.
Which goes to, let me just say, the tremendous amount of workload that a small but mighty workforce, including our homicide unit, and we have expanded that into 2 units because we're thinking about the mental health of our staff that's going out to all these calls. And we're at a trial today to support the Pima County Sheriff's Department. We'll have our own trial related to a suspect in a homicide when this one completes. But it highlights that we have an 82% solvency rate when the national average is about 55%. And that goes to 2 things. One, the dedication and the competency and the skills of your staff at the Tucson Police Department and our detective units, and our analytical support and helping connect the dots. It's a full team effort, and our partnership with the Pima County Attorney's Office. But it also highlights we have community that will talk to us when a crime has occurred. So those things interface with each other. Violent offender and firearms, Mr. Kozacek. it starts with pretrial judge decisions before it even becomes a conversation with the Attorney General's office or the Pima County Attorney or the U.S. Attorney. It starts there. And what we're looking for is consistent decision-making and accountability there. What I'm asking for with my public safety partners is the same level of transparency and data sharing and accountability when we have bad outcomes. Because occasionally, more often than not, the pretrial service works and the judicial system works. But when we have somebody that shouldn't have been bonded out, that was in for a violent crime or a gun crime, and then gets out and commits an additional violent act, then I think we should celebrate and expect the same level of review that we expect from our police department with these other systems partners, which is what I've been communicating with them about. I'll close with August 25th, one of the toughest days in my career. Started out with the indictment of one of our police officers, previous police officers, followed up by a double officer-involved shooting while we attended to apprehend a violent offender who had a history of violent offenses, where one of our K-9 units absolutely saved the lives of our 2 SWAT officers. And I'll just highlight 200 of those operations have occurred without lethal force, and that was the day we had lethal force. But it ended with the tragic death of 3 community members, our constable just being one of the 3 before the offender took his own life. So I want to ensure all of mayor and council in the community, as I did with Deborah's family, that our police department, the Tucson Police Department, will complete a criminal investigation independent of the suspect taking his own life or not. We are working with the Sheriff's Department, who will complete an administrative review on the process of Deborah's actions that day to know more. And our police department will be leading a Sentinel event review. It's anytime there's a loss of life in that type of magnitude, there's things that we have to learn. And again, this leadership team knows what they're about, but I'll tell the community it's really about a focus and a lens of learning and process improvement to prevent a bad outcome. I want to assure you that the Pima County Sheriff, Sheriff Nanos, has met with our constables. They have over 300 of those services a day, and he reiterated and spoke on my behalf as well. If they need us, we will be there. So, Councilmember Kozakchik, we have reinforced in evaluation of risk that they absolutely need to call us and to get in queues so we can prioritize that response. It's a body of work many people are not familiar with, and I certainly hope to see that the body of government that's in charge of those resources will just be as interested in learning about process improvement as we are.
Thank you, Chief. We are running, this was supposed to be a half-an-hour conversation. We're at 1 hour, 15 minutes. And I do want to give some time to Councilmember Lee and then finish up the item. But go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'll be super brief. I'm just, first of all, grateful, Mayor, that you created the space for this conversation, because I think we all know the tremendous amount of work that all of these departments are doing, and then all of our other departments as well, that are all aligned in the objectives that we're trying to achieve as a city. And there are organizations, companies out there that can't air the dirty laundry and say this is not working and we need to change it. So I just wanted to take a moment, Mayor, to thank you for putting this here, creating this space for us to have these conversations. Acknowledge all the work that everybody has been doing to get us to where we're at. And I know there's a long road ahead of us, but I'm really proud of what we've been able to accomplish so far. And I look forward to working on how we continue moving forward. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Just to close up the item and move on to the rest of the council meeting, I just want to, as well as you, Councilwoman, thank our team, our city manager, our department directors. I think that Council Member Cunningham said that we don't have the courts here, and I know that you're very interested in rolling out your ideas and concepts that you want to share with us on the courts. I think it is an all hands on deck approach that I believe we also need to bring other partners, right? As our chief is working with Sheriff Nanos and County Attorney Conover, I've also reached out to Chair Bronson on the Pima County Board of Supervisors, Vice Chair Grijalva, because the magnitude of these issues, the City of Tucson, Mayor and Council, we cannot do alone. And I know that Housing Community Development is part of a task force that our city manager has put together to talk about crime and houselessness and affordable housing and the issues even of cleaning and beautification of our city. All of it is a holistic approach that I have been talking about. This shared vision that we all have on this table to make sure that we're looking at the issues as holistically as we possibly can, that we bring in our partners in Pima County, our partners in the federal government, because President Biden unveiled his Safer America plan, which really comes neatly into the vision of community safety as we've put it in front of the community. And by the way, there are federal grant opportunities for the City of Tucson to tap into through Biden's Safer America plan, both for our police department in terms of infrastructure and resources, but also the opportunities to fund an alternative response model or co-response model, funding for mental health, behavioral health, all of the issues that we have been talking about today. Chief, I really appreciate when you talk about poverty being an indicator of crime in a particular area of our city. There are also long-term proactive crime prevention investments that this mayor and council we're doing through Housing First, through youth employment programs that we're creating through ARPA, through so many different strategies that we're using to invest in violence interruption, crime prevention. But like I said, it's everything, yes, and approach to everything. So I'm looking forward to the Safer America plan being part of our strategy to go after federal funds that align with the vision of how we see community safety within the City of Tucson. Yes, investing in technology and programs that interrupt crime. Yes, to stopping the proliferation and easy access to guns and ghost guns. Yes, into investing in services that our community needs and deserves, including addressing poverty and disinvestment in our community. So as we all see, this takes more than an hour and a half to continue the conversation. What I will be asking our city clerk to do is that we add this conversation in every other month or as necessary, so that we can keep the community informed as to what we're doing, how we're advancing the strategy for community safety, and bring any other departments that were not here today into the conversation, expanding on the ideas that my colleagues have in terms of adding our regional, state, and federal partners into the conversation. So thank you all. I'm looking forward to continued work on this. And I am very, very happy and satisfied that our visions align and that we already have been doing lots of work previously to get to this point. So thank you, and we'll see you again soon. I know that you do a lot of work besides these presentations in front of us, so looking forward to continued work also with our business community, because I know our business community is part of the solution, and our neighborhoods are part of the solution to keeping our community safe. Thank you so much, and let's keep up the good work. Thank you, everyone. Alrighty, so we move on to item 9. Time has been set aside for a discussion on the initiation of the Urban Overlay District on Grant Road. Mr. Manager, did you want to start this, or Steve, did you want to open up?
This should be really easy.
Okay.
The UDC requires the mayor and council to initiate an overlay process. Right now, phases 3 and 4 of Grant Road are already under construction, and 5 and 6 are in design. We have miles of vacant parcels that are begging to be developed, but sometimes the existing zoning doesn't match the current community vision. And so all I'm asking the council to do today is to authorize us to initiate the overlay process, and there will be substantial public outreach once it begins. So that would be my ask. My motion is to start the Grant Road overlay process. No specifics in terms of where the boundaries are yet. All the details are to come through the public engagement process, but we just need to start it through the council.
So there is a motion to initiate it. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Alrighty, what I would like to add, I know that Corinne Manning is here, and she has additional information. I think you and I, Steve, and others on the council have been talking about investing in our corridors in our city for a long time. I'm really happy to support this movement in terms of Grant Road overlaid. I know that we already have a Grant Road overlay, which is called the GRID, Grant Road Investment District. And that is from Oracle Road to maybe Campbell Park? Yeah. I think that particular overlay or investment district needs some tweaking as well as we move into the additional space that we would like to expand the Grant Road overlay. You and Councilmember Fimbres have gone through a really incredible process through the Sunshine Mile Overlay District. The whole idea of investing in our corridors and investing and giving incentives to build density and build mixed uses and mixed income in these areas is because we have this infrastructure available, and we need the investment of both the city and private partners into these areas. So I am wholeheartedly in support of the Grant Road overlay. I would say that the Sunshine Mile is a great model of what we should look at for the Grant Road overlay. We should actually, as a matter of fact, and Corinne gets very nervous when I talk about this, we should expand other overlay districts. It's a lot of work, I know, but there are areas of our city, for example, Oracle Road and Stone Avenue and 29th Street and 22nd Street and Campbell between Valencia and Kino Parkway. All of these areas are areas ripe for investment. Investment from the city and private investment. And so I will look forward to additional conversations about choosing different corridors in our city for continued investment and creating overlays for incentivizing development in the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to say that because you and I have talked about this a lot, Steve, and we've talked about this at this table. Thank you for initiating this, and I appreciate it.
And you just made a really good point about how labor-intensive these efforts are, and so I'd like to include in this giving the city manager the liberty to engage an outside partner if city staff gets totally bogged down in this.
Thank you. Any other comments or? Alrighty. So with that, there's a motion and a second. Without further discussion, all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Councilmember, for bringing this item to the table. We move on to item 10. Are there any state and national legislation or regional committee issues for discussion?
Mayor, as Andrew is coming up, I know that he had provided the mayor and council with a report, and we are both available to answer any questions. I know that Andrew's got a brief, a couple of comments that he wanted to make.
Great. Honorable Mayor, members of the council, I distributed a lot of information both on the Friday IGR update as well as in response to some of Council Member Fimbres' questions. They covered everything from the Postal Service to PFAS to the Inflation Reduction Act. Again, happy to answer any questions about those items. Real quick, the federal level, there's going to be some discussion this week about the potential passage of the Marriage Equality Act. Today, a list of 165 mayors signed a letter in favor of that passage, including Mayor Romero, Mayor Gallego of Phoenix, Mayor Giles of Mesa, Mayor Woods of Tempe. I will keep Mayor and Council informed as to how that bill does this week in the Senate in particular. And then just a quick update on state items in this very room, at this very dais. Yesterday, we had the State Housing Supply Committee that is coming up with recommendations around the state about how to increase the housing supply across Arizona. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, for attending yesterday, Mr. City Manager. It was a breadth of information, perspectives about housing, how to increase housing. I was very pleased with the private sector participation, as well as and especially Director Morales with her presentation on the HAST plan. Corin Manning, who's here, gave a load of information about all of our area plans and lots of information about all the different things we're doing, again, to increase the amount of housing in our community. And then, of course, Brandy Champion, who spoke a little bit about the housing first strategies that we're employing as a city. That committee took in all our information, and they will continue to meet with other cities and have other meetings at the state capitol as they develop recommendations for the next legislature. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
No additional questions? All right, thank you so much, Andrew. Really appreciate the update. Item 11. Does anyone have any items to remove from the consent agenda? Councilmember Fimbres?
Item 1 separately so that item excuse me, they can make remarks in Bruce's report.
Item I? All righty, okay. Thank you so much, Councilmember. We move on to item 12. Does anyone have, thank you. Does anyone have any items for future agendas? Hearing none. Study session is adjourned. The regular session will start at 5:45, and the next study session will be Tuesday, September 27th. Thank you. We have a little bit of time to stretch our legs and then come back renewed for the regular session. Council will stand in session. Let's go to roll call.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Here.
Mr. Cunningham? Mr. Dahl? Absent excused.
Absent excused.
Mrs. Lee? Here. Mr. Fimbres?
I believe Mr. Councilmember Fimbres is here.
I'm here, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm here.
Thank you, Mr. Kozaczek.
Can you hear me?
Here. Item 2.
Invocation, Pledge of Allegiance, and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Pastor Larry Munguia from the Sober Project. After the invocation, I ask that you remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Excuse me. Greetings, Ms. Mayor, City Council members. It's been a while. Last time I was here was at the beginning of your session here, and I'm glad to be back. Believe me. For all of you here, bow your heads if you're so inclined. Lord, we come to you, and we ask you to bless our leaders. You brought them here. You gave them these positions. Now I hope and I pray that they come to you for wisdom, insight, and your knowledge, so that Tucson, Arizona will be a shining example of the people. Lord, I ask you to bless their families, bless their health, and keep Tucson close to you. In your name we pray. Amen. Allegiance to the flag, United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I need to restart this thing. Some chips.
Thank you so much, Pastor Munguia, for gracing us with your presence. We really appreciate your. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry.
Thank you so much. Item 2C. I'd like to proclaim September 2022 to be National Suicide Awareness Month. Do we have representatives here? We'll meet you up there. All righty, let me see. Thank you so much for being here with us today. I would like to declare September 2022 to be National Suicide Awareness Month. And we have a proclamation of the City of Tucson on behalf of the mayor, and I'll read it so that the public in attendance can enjoy the facts that you've all shared with us. Whereas the National Alliance on Mental Illness of Southern Arizona works to support people with mental illness and their loved ones, and 46% of people who die by suicide had a diagnosed mental illness. And whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States, resulting in 45,000 deaths per year, and the second leading cause of death for those aged 10 to 34. And whereas the overall suicide rate in the United States has increased 30% between 2000 and 2021 from 10.4% to 13.5 suicides per 100,000 people. Whereas in Pima County, there has been a 72% increase in suicides among minors ages 12 to 17, and a 61% increase among adults 50 to 59. And whereas the benefits of recognizing the warning signs and overcoming mental health challenges, substance abuse, overdose, suicide attempts, and loss are significant. And whereas Suicide Awareness Prevention Month is a time to raise awareness about this stigmatized and often taboo topic. In addition to shifting public perception, we use this month to spread hope and vital information to people affected by suicide. Now, Therefore, I, Regina Romero, Mayor of the City of Tucson, Arizona, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2022 to be National Suicide Awareness Month. And I encourage all of our residents to stand together for mental health, increase understanding of mental illness, and access to mental health resources to reduce the occurrence of suicide in our community. In witness whereof, I have hereunto set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Tucson, Arizona to be affixed this 13th day of September 2022. Thank you so much for your work on this. Would you like to say something?
Just briefly.
All righty, absolutely. Please introduce yourself.
So I am Christina Bickelman. Should I go this way? Okay. And I'm the executive director of NAMI Southern Arizona. And if you don't know who NAMI is, we do provide no-cost education, advocacy, and support programs for people with mental illness and their family members. And we are there for you, and there are programs that we are doing in the schools, ending the silence with middle and high school kids. We have programs where people can tell their stories of their mental health and recovery. So we just would like you to, if you are feeling, or you know someone who is feeling that their mental health is not okay, that you need to talk about it. And the myth is that if you talk about suicide, that someone will take their life. It's the opposite. If you talk about it, then they know that someone cares, and they're going to hopefully reach out and get the help that they need so that that doesn't occur. So we know that it's been going up, especially with COVID and isolation. So just know that NAMI is there, and everything we do is at no cost. So it's a lot of times the first place people start, and then we can direct you to additional help that you might need. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Item 2D,
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
City Manager's Communication Number 231 dated September 13th is received into and made part of the record. Are there any appointments to be made at this time? Nope. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time from my colleagues? All righty, thank you. Item 3.
Mayor and council report, summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 232 dated September 13th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the mayor and council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. Does any council member have anything to report at this time? So we're going to start with Councilmember Fimbres since he is with us virtually. Councilmember Fimbres, and then we'll start with wards 1 through 6.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, we can.
On Saturday, December 10th, Shop with a Cop was held benefiting underprivileged students. I was working with the Tucson Police Department, Chief Chad Kazmar, Sugar Hill Neighborhood Coalition to hold the event. 24 students received clothes, shoes, and school supplies to use for the next school year. I thank Lupita Robles from my office for her work, Kevin Woodward, Sugar Hill Neighborhood Coalition, and the efforts of Chief Chad Kazmar and the Tucson Police Department for holding this event, making the effort for these school kids and families in need. On Thursday, December 15th, our friends of the Mexican Colony will be holding their annual Concert of Independence at the Fox Theater, 17 West Congress. We will also be awarding Mr. Humberto Lopez the Only Award for his work in our community, including creating the HSL Lopez Family Foundation Center for Opportunity, the work for Sister Jose's Women's Center, Tucson Women's Work Program, and other efforts in Tucson. On Thursday, September 15th to October 15th, National Hispanic Heritage Month was commemorated. Covering the Hill Streets, culture, and contributions of American citizens with ancestors from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South Africa, America. as we honor Latino culture during National Hispanic Heritage Month, reflect what makes Latinos such a strong contributing force in America. Latinos across America have made countless positive efforts contributing to our military, education, the arts, the economy, and the social fabric, which makes our nation unique. To end it, Madam Mayor, I want to wish my wife, Mary, and my chief staff, Marker, a very happy birthday this month. Thank you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz.
Thank you, Mayor. We're having cooler weather, so it means that we have a lot of events happening in Ward 1. Starting this Thursday at Choya High School, we're having Mes de la Cultura opening ceremony. So the public's invited to join TUSD's Mexican American Student Services Department, along with students and staff from Choya High School and Pueblo High School as they kick off El Mes de la Cultura with a special ceremony led by Calpulitio Xicali. They'll also be having a Hispanic Heritage event at Choya High School on Friday, September 23rd from 5 to 7 p.m. The Community Investment Corporation BIPOC loan is hosting an info session also tomorrow, Thursday, September 15th. The Community Investment Corporation is taking applications for the BIPOC Loan Fund, which is a community-managed loan fund with 0% interest for up to $10,000 for BIPOC entrepreneurs and business owners in Southern Arizona. To get more information, it starts at 12 tomorrow. You can follow at CIC Tucson on Instagram or register or call 520-529-1766 for more information. El Rio Reproductive Health Access Project is this September 17th at El Rio Health at El Pueblo. The El Rio Health on Congress on September 17th and at the El Rio Health at El Pueblo on September 21st is an in-person sexual health clinics available for youth ages 14 to 24. No cost or low-cost birth control, IUDs, implants, STI testing, treatment, pregnancy testing, PrEP and PEP, and sexual health counseling. There's also same-day clinics available on Saturday, September 17th at El Rio Community Health Clinic on Congress. For more information, follow at El Rio HAP, H-A-P, on Instagram or email elriohap@gmail.com. One of our Ward 1 schools, CE Rose, is having a cleanup on Saturday, September 17th from 8 to 11 a.m. At 710 West Michigan Street, inviting all family, staff, and students to come out and support CE Rose's school cleanup, picking up litter, tending to their garden, trimming trees, and raking. Feel free to bring gloves or tools needed to help beautify the school. They're also taking soil and seed donations for their garden. For more information, call 520-908-4400. I'm excited that I'll be joining the Sunnyside Foundation's annual 5K, 10K Gives Day this Sunday, September 18th, from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. at Mission Manor Park. Join us for their big fundraiser, their big Gives Day. We'll be walking, running, celebrating family health and community wellness. If you didn't have a chance to sign up for the walk, there will be resources and information tables for the community day of. I've mentioned before, we have our bike check 1-3 at the Ward 1 office. So the next one happening is Monday, September 19th from 5 to 7. So every first Friday and third Monday. And Mayor, I know you have a couple of bikes that you need to get repaired. Of the month, you can drop by our office to say hi to our mechanic Car, who can tune up your bike for free. That's from 5 to 7 this coming Monday, September 19. Rose Neighborhood will also be having a cleanup Saturday, September 24th from 8 to 10 a.m., meeting at Lamar Park at 4159 South Elizabeth Drive. On Saturday, September 24th, St. Margaret's Parish Fiesta in Barrio Hollywood will be happening from 12:30 to 10 p.m. at 801 North Grande Avenue. I want to, continue to invite our folks to come to our Fuga rides the second Sunday of every month out of the Ward 1 office. This past Sunday, we had over 50 riders come out, including the Monzo Bike Club. So it's a great community building activity. We have our next ride in the South Side Friday, September 30th at 6 p.m. And then finally, I wanted to share that we had the liquor license hearing with the state at the Family Dollar at 194 West Valencia Road. The last meeting in July, Mayor and Council submitted a recommendation for denial to the State Liquor Board due to oversaturation of liquor sales in Southside neighborhoods. And I'm pleased that our recommendation was upheld by the Liquor Board at their hearing this past Thursday. It was an eye-opening experience for me to spend almost 6 hours of the day waiting to give testimony. But I really want to thank Mayor and Council, our City Attorney, Shilpa Hunter Patel, and to our community members, Yolanda Herrera, Jamal Givens, and Heaven Rendon, for doing all the work to continue to do right by our community and limit, a lot of the challenges and vulnerabilities that we have on the South Side. So thank you to them. And so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilmember Cunningham?
I've got a few announcements, some things that have happened already, but some things that have not. I want to thank Teen Court and Elizabeth Allegria for organizing Flag Day on 9/11 at Ward 2. It's a pretty neat little event. Different sites around the country read a portion of names of people who passed on 9/11. And so we read the names of 15 or 16, I'd say 15 or 16 people each child actually read the names of I'd say about 100 members at our site. And we also recognized them, put up pictures, and we had rock painting for a memorial. It was a very good event. I look forward to doing it next year. And I wanted to thank Teen Court, Elizabeth, and Kate for setting that program up. I also wanted to recognize Sabino and Saguaro High School. They had their annual Rick Botkin game. So Saguaro didn't win this year, the Ward 2 school, but Sabino won 41-20. But the game recognizes Rick Botkin, who passed almost 40 years ago while he was playing for Saguaro, and they honor him every year. And this summer, we had a young man, Adam Boehm, who passed as well in a bicycle accident at Camino Seco and Broadway. And so it was it's a really special event. And credit to the Sabino coaching staff who hosted the game. They actually put Adam's initials on the field, and I thought that was first class. I wanted to give a little nod to the railroaders. I spoke to a couple of them this afternoon. It's an interesting time for them. I just hope the community remembers, as all the news comes up, that railroaders in 3-mile-long trains have as much as 15,000 tons of different materials, and sometimes it's worth up to $1 billion. And one of the discussions is how many people should be manning that train. Do you just want one person manning that train? So a shout out to Local 128. I really thank them for spending some time with me and educating me yesterday on the jobs of railroaders. There's going to be a job fair at the Hilton Hotel on September 24th. You can go to careerconnect.com, and if you know someone looking for work, you can get all the details, but it's at the Hilton Hotel on September 24th. At Udall Park, Laszlo Veras has started Music Under the Stars again. The first performance was actually Saturday, but they've got performances on the 17th, the 24th, and October 1st, Saturdays at 7 o'clock. And it's at the Laszlo Veras Amphitheater, and the orchestra is conducted by Laszlo Veras himself, who's a legendary band leader at Tucson High. It's a really great tradition in Tucson on the east side, and I hope people go check it out. It's great for, a change of pace for people who aren't into chamber music, but it's also great for date night. It's great for anything. And it's also a family-friendly event. So I urge people to go out and check it out. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege. I want to congratulate my son, Kyle, who was bar mitzvahed 2 weeks ago. and he did an amazing job. I'm very proud of him. I was a proud dad, and he's gotten to the point in his life where I'm starting to learn from him more than I'm teaching him. So I wanted to tell you, Kyle, how proud I am of your bar mitzvah, and wish you the best as you continue to grow into the man you become.
Thank you, council member, and congratulations to Kyle for that step in moving forward into another chapter of his young adult life. Councilwoman Lee.
Thanks, Mayor. 3 really quick things. Just want to let everybody know that Tucson Parks and Rec will be offering schools out fall break camps at multiple sites throughout the city. In Ward 4, the William M. Clemens Center will run from September 26th to October 14th during the Vail School District break, and all other camps will run from October 10th to the 14th. You can find out more going to tucsonaz.gov/parks. And also, in the spirit of fun, we want to mark your calendars for the annual City of Tucson Boo Bash. That's also going to happen in Ward 4 at Lincoln Park this year on Saturday, October 22nd. So make sure you block your calendar, and it's going to be a fun, safe family event. And last, I want to just wish a happy birthday to a certain mayor who will be celebrating a birthday between now and when we meet again. So happy birthday, Mayor Romero.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Council Member Kozaczek.
Just real quick, I want to thank the community for the immensely popular outpouring of support for this plastic recycling program that we've got going out of the Ward 6 office. So far, in the first 6 weeks of the program, we've turned in over 6 tons of non-recyclable plastics, and we're not talking about things that weigh like concrete. These are bubble wrap, they're plastic water bottles. So the community has really stepped up and embraced this program. We'll be bringing it back to the mayor and council and city staff here before the end of the year to try and encourage a citywide project. But this is we as a people are creating an absolute junk pile out of the Pacific and Atlantic Oceans of non-recyclable plastics, and this community has stepped up and embraced this program. And so, really proud of the city residents for coming by and filling up our roll-off. So we have free starter kits. Come by the ward office anytime, any day, Monday through Friday before 1. And we'll get you started on it. There's a 30 cubic yard roll-off behind the ward office that we're emptying twice a week now. In fact, this week we've already taken a ton more of plastics out to Jason Tankersley's place, who's helping us out as another local partner. And more to come on this, but see, we've got some U of A students here. We're going to reach out to them and already have reached out to them to connect with the sustainability campus and get everybody involved. It's kind of really amazing program. Community deserves credit.
Yeah, thank you so much, Councilmember Kozaczek, for your leadership on that project. And talking about zero waste, the City of Tucson has a zero waste survey. As you are aware, the City of Tucson is developing our zero waste roadmap, and we want to hear from you. Please take 10 minutes of your day and complete the survey by September 30th. Go to www.tucsonaz.gov/TucsonZW, Z as in zebra, W as in water, and help us identify strategies to achieve our waste diversion goals, including our plastic recyclables program. I'd like to invite the community to embrace and support Sonoran Restaurant Week, which is underway now through September 18th. This is a 10-day celebration of Southern Arizona dining with special price fix meals that go from $25, $35, and $45 in pricing. See what our UNESCO City of Gastronomy has to offer, sponsored by Visit Tucson and produced by Tucson Foodie. Find details at sonoranrestaurantweek.com, as well as on Instagram, Facebook, and on Tucson Foodie's website. This is a fun way to check out our restaurants, especially those that you haven't tried. Maybe check out the special menu at Old Favorites and support our amazing local restaurants. Sonoran Restaurant Week, along with the sponsors and partner restaurants, support food security and advocacy in our community. This year, they are supporting the San Javier Co-op Farm. And last but not least, since we see a lot of U of A students here, please consider joining our team. The City of Tucson is hiring for different positions and various departments. Become part of our friendly and professional team and make a difference in our beautiful Tucson community. We are proud to be an equal opportunity employer who offers competitive compensation, benefit packages, and an exciting place to work in. For more information, please visit the City of Tucson website. With that, we move on to item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 233 dated September 13th is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow for the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to point out the Reed Park Reimagined survey is underway. I'd encourage everyone to participate in that. I know there was a public meeting this weekend, and there was great participation, a lot of great feedback. This is our opportunity to reimagine Reed Park. So I just wanted to point that out, Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Item 5.
Liquor license applications.
City Manager's Communication number 234 dated September 13th is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, please read the liquor license agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's liquor license agenda, we have 1 request for a new license and 11 requests for special events. Item 5C2, the special event at the University of Arizona is listed on the agenda in Ward 5 when it is actually in Ward 6, so we will make that correction. An appropriate motion would be to forward items 5B1 and 5C1 through 11 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved. So moved.
There's a
So moved.
motion. There's a motion. Do I need a second? There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Please make sure you have read the information on the back of the speaker card before making your presentation. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentation and called to the audience and scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to the Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, as the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. What I'd like the speakers to do is make sure that you please say your name, state your name, and if you live in the city or not, and if you are a retained or paid speaker or not. I have plenty of cards left over from our previous meeting, so I will call those cards left over and then continue with the cards presented today. So I'll read the names from the speakers that wanted to speak previously. Harley Higbee. It's Harley, I think it's Harley Higbee here. Benjamin Need. Benjamin Need. J.P. Salvatierra. J.P. Salvatierra. David Giebert or Giebert. Jerry Asher. Jerry Asher. Samantha Weatherall or Weatherell. Samantha Weatherell. Fernanda Quintanilla. Ruben Reynoso.
Hello, City Council. My name is Ruben Reynoso, and I'm a resident of Tucson. I'm an honor student studying statistics and data science at the University of Arizona, and I ride the bus to campus every day. As a student with no car, the ability to ride for free has allowed me to live in a more affordable area that's further from campus. If fares returned, however, I would no longer be able to afford to ride to campus. I'm a double major, and I'm already working 20 hours a week. I have no time to work anymore. If fares returned, I would instead be forced to walk 30 minutes to campus, right next to a busy road on dirt because the sidewalks don't exist all the way to campus, in the hot sun as well. By the time I would get to campus, I would be overheated and exhausted. And this is just me. What about those who have to travel further to get to the university or to their jobs? Do we really want to force those who are already financially unstable to choose between working even more to afford transportation with AC or to walk in 105-degree heat? This dilemma should not even exist. Free public transportation with AC is a necessity, especially in a hot area that is as spread out as Tucson. City Council, I urge you guys all to continue to keep the Sunlink free, not only for me, but for everyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruben. Duchess Butler. Duchess Butler. Peter Norquist.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Peter Norquist, and I am a resident of Tucson in Ward 3. I am not paid to be here or retained. I'm here of my own volition. And I wish to speak today on the rapid proliferation of 5G wireless telecommunications facilities, also known as small cell towers. More than 400 to date, most of which have been installed since early 2020. These facilities are spread liberally throughout residential areas and often clustered around sensitive areas like school zones, despite the fact that thousands of peer-reviewed and government studies have clearly demonstrated that chronic exposure to non-thermal microwave radiation affects public safety in some of the following ways. For example, it attacks our nervous and endocrine systems, including our brain, produces oxidative stress and free radical damage, attacks the DNA of our cells, producing elevated levels of cell mutation and death, attacks the cells of our bodies themselves, leading to cancer, and finally, it lowers male and female fertility and increases levels of spontaneous abortion. In connection with this, I have provided the clerk with copies of an affidavit, which I have personally signed and which you have collectively received nearly 100 of to date. Please note that you have also received 4 separate notices signed by over 1,500 people educating you on the requirements of your offices, as stated in the oaths that you took when you assumed office. Please also note that the 1996 amended National Wireless Telecommunications Siting Policy, Section 332C, reiterated the original intent of the 1934 Act to promote safety of life and property. Legislative intent overrides specific interpretations. In addition, the small cell towers are to be limited to, quote, personal wireless service, and not any strength above that level. Current transmission strengths are set unnecessarily at magnitudes above that. Your failure so far to proactively constrain small cell tower proliferation by ceasing to approve permits and instituting a moratorium on their construction and operation may therefore be considered a formal case of maladministration, malfeasance, malconduct, and nonfeasance. You have worked against the will of the people of Tucson, accepting monies and prioritizing telecommunications programs and plans over the rights and safety. In so doing, you have allowed widespread damage to our property values, violation of the quiet enjoyment of our neighborhoods, and most importantly, significant compromise of public safety. But I also want to emphasize that all of this is reversible with your attention and action. In my understanding, and despite previous statements to the contrary, you are not powerless to act on this issue. Please also note that when reviewing the affidavit before you, that any man or woman who denies these claims are true must rebut them under penalty of perjury in the form of a sworn affidavit. Failure to respond means that by acquiescence you agree that all claims are true. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Thank you. Patrick Robles.
Good evening, Mayor Romero, members of the council, members of our Tucson community. My name is Patrick Robles, and I'm the student body president for University of Arizona. I'm a third-generation Tucsonan and a Sunnyside High School graduate. I've been riding public transit since I can remember. I've been using the Sunlink to get to school since freshman year, pre-pandemic and post-pandemic. As many of you know, since March of 2020, public transit fares have been free for all Tucsonans. As of recent, the student government leadership at the University of Arizona learned that fares may go back into place come January 2023 if a decision by this council is not made in favor of free fares. As a student, and more importantly, a Tucsonan, I find myself concerned about what the reinstatement of public transit fares would mean for all people in this community. I find myself, after 2 years of free fares, I'm concerned about what this will do in terms of equitable access to public transportation for all Tucsonans in our community. As we await a decision in the coming months, in the coming weeks, we ask that you support free public transit for all Tucsonans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Patrick. Mark Bejarano.
Hello, good evening, City Council. My name is Marcos Bejarano. I am a city resident. I'm here on behalf of what's going on over at Tucson Parks and Recreation at Reed Park with the reimagining. I grew up across the street, 3101 East 27th Street, and I played baseball all my life there at the park. And one of the biggest things that I'm seeing right now is that they're going to eliminate within these plans 2 of the baseball fields there, and that's a part of Tucson and a part of the community. We've had Little Leagues there, we've had the Tucson Toros, we've had the White Sox, we've had several minor league baseball teams, but the biggest thing is taking away those fields from the kids and from the youth, and not only that, from the adults. I personally, I'm a high school teacher and I'm a high school coach. I've been working with youth for 31 years, and I would hate to see those baseball fields go. I really would. I know we lost the pond with fishing, which was a part of my growing up. I used to walk across the street and I would go fishing with my brother. And I know there's a lot of things that have happened and that have been transformed at the park. One of the biggest things would be to not take away the 4 fields that are there and eliminate those. What I did like about the plan is some splash pads for the kids, more activities for the kids, but once again, not to take away those opportunities that we give for our children. And if their dream is to play baseball, that city field and those 4 fields are part of that dream. I know that personally because I've played there. My brothers have played there. I've got 2 boys that are playing college baseball right now that grew up playing on those fields. And to eliminate those in the project would not be a good idea. Once again, I'm all for kids, as I've worked with them for, like I said, 31 years, and a teacher as well. But eliminating them would just not be the call for that field and for that park. Like I said, it's all about the children. So please, when you guys go to make that decision, please keep in mind that that's what it's for the kids. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy Godet.
Good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Amy Godet. I am a student at the University of Arizona. I'm a longtime resident of Tucson, and I'm a voter. And the reason I'm here to talk to you today is the issue that brought so many of my colleagues from the University of Arizona with me. And that's the issue of free transportation, not just for U of A students, but for the greater Tucson community. Just yesterday, I actually attended a meeting that was attended by student leaders from all parts of the U of A campus. And when one of my colleagues asked how many people there used the SunTrans services, there was not a single hand that didn't shoot in the air. Over the past 2 years, as a result of the pandemic, I have seen students at the U of A, while public transportation has been free on campus, I have seen people become increasingly reliant on these services. Now, today, you're going to hear from a number of my colleagues about dozens and dozens of reasons why public transportation is a necessity for the greater Tucson community. But today, I want to speak to the issue of safety. It's an issue that I can speak to not just as a representative of University of Arizona students, but as a longtime resident of Tucson and as a woman. I've been harassed both on and off campus, walking down the street more times than I can count. And sometimes having to walk in Tucson can be terrifying, especially given the lack of street lights, both on the U of A campus and throughout Tucson. It's what makes public transportation as an alternative to walking such an important option for not just students at U of A, but for the faculty at U of A, for anyone who resides in Tucson and wants to feel safe at night. I can tell you that in my personal experience, I have always felt more safe on a well-lit bus than I have walking down the street at night. I want to ensure that public transportation remains a viable option, not just for students at U of A, but for every single person in Tucson. This is an issue that is close to the heart of every student at U of A. It has sparked more outrage than I have seen in my entire time at U of A. It's what prompted so many people to come out today. So I urge you to listen to our voices and listen to our concerns as you make your deliberations. Madam Mayor, council members, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Gaudette. Patricia Young, maybe? Patricia Yanis? I don't know if it's Yanis or Young.
Mango, like
Okay.
the fruit, but with a Y. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having all of us here today. My name is Patricia Yango. I am a Tucson resident, voter, and the Director of Campus and Culture and Climate for the student body at the University of Arizona. And it's great to be here to continue the work of engaging key stakeholders of the Tucson community in our advocacy for the continuation of free fares on SunTrans services. I'm an Arizona native. I know how brutal our summers can be, even just after spending minutes outside. I'm also a college student, so I recognize the value of a safe and affordable way home after late night studying at the library. These reasons, among a multitude of others, are perfectly valid reasons to advocate for free transit. But that's not the only reason why we're here. I'm here because I believe that in the same way that the University of Arizona is a part of the Tucson community is a part of the University of Arizona. As a student, I fell in love with the very best of what Tucson has to offer. And as a student representative, I want other community members to fall in love with Tucson in the same way. I believe that equitable and accessible modes of transportation are quintessential in accomplishing that goal. So, as council members deliberate, I encourage all of you to engage with key stakeholders in this conversation, ranging from students to business leaders to just regular constituents, to accomplish the goal of keeping free transit for everyone.
Larry Starks.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll make this swift and quick for you. My name is Larry Starks. I am a current resident in Vail. I'm a native Tucson, and I'm here representing the Tucson Juneteenth Festival, which is one of the longest running festivals for historically African Americans in the city of Tucson. We were established in 1970 at Vista del Pueblo Park near a mountain. I'm here encouraging you to advocate for a paid holiday for city employees for Juneteenth. What that's going to do for the city of Tucson Is this going to start the conversation? Is it going to continue the education for Juneteenth? A lot of people don't understand what that's really about and how 250,000 people were held captive for 2 years after their Emancipation Proclamation was signed. So what you will do with that is you'll start the conversation with city employees just as the county has done so that we can be a diverse, equitable, inclusive city like I know that we can be. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Starks.
Mr. Manager, I know we started that process. Can we get somebody to reach out to Mr. Starks and let him know where we are?
Thank you, council member.
Mayor, just a point of order. There is an agenda item that will be coming forth here in the near future on this exact topic.
Thank you. Stella Heflin.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stella Heflin. I am a student at the University of Arizona and a Tucson voter. I also serve as the co-director for Students for Sustainability for our student government here on campus. And in my previous role with the Arizona Youth Climate Coalition, I worked closely with the City of Tucson Mayor's Office on the Climate Emergency Declaration. I'm also here as an out-of-state student without a car, and I rely on the Sunlink to get around Tucson. I'm particularly here today to make a climate argument for free public transportation through the Sunlink and SunTrans system. Providing free public transportation is a critical part of the climate adaptation and mitigation planning process that the City of Tucson is currently undergoing. The population of the metro area of Tucson is projected to increase by over 130,000 people by 2050. And according to Project Drawdown, which is a climate solutions website, without investments in subsidized public transportation, it is likely that much of that projected growth would go to internal combustion engine cars. And so incentivizing public behavior towards public transportation drastically reduces greenhouse gas emissions. Specifically, passenger light rails like the Sunlink produce 62% less emissions per passenger mile than the average single occupancy vehicle. Aside from reducing emissions, public transportation also reduces air pollution and promotes compact land use and urban development, which also reduces greenhouse gas emissions. In addition, public transportation is a climate adaptation strategy in Tucson. As many of my peers have mentioned, Tucson is the 7th fastest growing city in the US, and it is hot. Many residents without access to personal vehicles walk or bike to get around, but as extreme heat increases, this may not be a viable option. And so providing free public transportation is an essential part of helping our city continue to be livable as we move forward into a warmer world. All of this means that significant effort needs to happen to make public transport an attractive option, and in this case, this means making the SunTrans system free. The City of Tucson has shown a commitment to climate action planning and climate justice initiatives over the last 3 years. Free public transportation is climate justice, and I urge you all to view it as such. Thank you.
Thank you. Eddie Sapp. Eddie Sapp.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Eddie Sapp. I'm a resident of Tucson. Been in Tucson for 40 years. I'm representing the Men's Senior Baseball League in Tucson, as well as Rincon Little League in Rita Ranch. I also grew up just down the street from Reed Park and played baseball with Mark on a lot of those teams he was speaking of earlier. The age group from about 13 to 18, and then representing the Tucson Men's Senior Baseball League, we have leagues from 18 all the way up to 45 plus. Use those fields. I know for a fact the Men's Senior Baseball League has played just this year over 300 games on those fields. My son is a sophomore at Pima Community College and he's playing baseball. Pima had a tournament there last year with a college tournament that drew about 40 teams from all over the country, from Alaska, Hawaii, New Mexico, you name it. The reason that the quad fields are so important is we can get more teams to go there. We can have tournaments there as opposed to just one-off games here and there. We have a lot of great city parks and city fields, but we can't play the number of games that we can anywhere else in the city, and it's centralized as well, other than Reed Park. As a coach and as a volunteer at the Men's Senior Baseball League and Rincon Little League, I know how important it is to get, especially our youth, out from behind their iPhone and their iPad and the video controller. So taking fields away, although I do love some of the other things that we were going to do with Reed Park, but taking the baseball fields away takes an opportunity for those kids away to get them out of the house and off of their cell phones. And I know for a fact, because I have a 10-year-old, that he loves his iPad and his cell phone. So just thank you guys for hearing us. And, you know, those fields are incredibly important to a lot of people, as well as even we have 45-year-olds, 55-plus-year-olds playing on Mondays through Thursdays at Reed Park for our men's league. So I would just love if you would consider the reimagining of Tucson and try to maybe work around the baseball fields in the annex. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Javier Martinez. Javier Martinez.
Hello. Okay. So yes, my name is Javier Martinez. I'm a resident in Ward 6, and I'm not a paid sponsor. I know I shouldn't be here to speak on behalf of the people I'm trying to support. I'm lending my voice for those who can't be here today. But from what I've been hearing recently, I am thankful to hear that there are members of our governance who have been voicing their support in finding equitable, humane solutions to our unhoused people. The efforts in supporting spaces like Splinter Collective is appreciated, and as some of the council members understand how vital transportation is, specifically for our most vulnerable as well. However, I am still concerned on where the rest of the council members stand with our housing crisis, or even removing the ordinance 21-4B to allow for community members who are trying to provide aid to our most vulnerable. What my question really is what solutions have the rest of y'all been providing? And what solutions have you been stepping away from? Even as I occupy space in Ward 6, I notice there are plenty of spaces for the council to encourage an encampment or space to provide services to the unhoused, a tiny home lot, and honestly anything to help house our most vulnerable. I mean, as a matter of fact, there's a lot right across the street from the Ward 6 office, where a parking lot does exist, but it's barely used. It's laying barren. With little to no use and it would be a perfect place for our ward to make a direct impact and to keep an eye on the potential and positive development of what this kind of aid could provide to our unhoused. What worries me is that the ward would be against this and instead not bat an eye to the privately owned properties like the overpriced so-called luxury apartments of the Benedictine, charging about $1,700 a month for a one bedroom. Housing like this is discriminatory, and it exists all over. And it's discriminatory to our Tucsonans. It's perpetuating the degradation for real opportunity of growing Tucson into a people-oriented city. I urge the rest of the council, not aiding our unhoused, to take action. Romero took up the offer to speak with my fellow community member last time, and I really want that opportunity from every single one of you. Thank you.
Thank you. I think this is Caleb Nichols. Caleb Nichols, I believe it is.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Caleb Nichols, and I come to you today as a representative of ASUA, the Associated Students of the University of Arizona. I am the Administrative Vice President over there. I'm here with my colleagues to express concern about the public transportation issue here in Tucson. But particularly, I'm going to focus my comments on out-of-state students, because I am an out-of-state student. Because I was an out-of-state student, I was critically underprepared for the heat here in Tucson. And because of that, I only recently learned about a heat-related injury called heat casualties. Now, a heat casualty, if you're declared a heat casualty, you are permanently scarred, and your body is much less able to handle heat than you were before for the rest of your life. And on days like today, where we hit 90 or 95 degrees with the largest club fair at the University of Arizona in its history, with thousands of students on the mall, including many out-of-state students, becomes a big concern for me. I began my journey in higher ed as a freshman during the peak of the COVID pandemic, and I struggled to find community. It was hard to get out of my dorm. It was hard to get around Tucson. In my sophomore year, I realized that the Sunlink was free, and I started to explore Tucson. And after considering dropping out and heading home in my freshman year, I found a new community and a new home here in Tucson. I am a Tucson resident now. I love Tucson. And I want the Sunlink to remain free for out-of-state students like me who don't get to explore Tucson until they're already 18. So please consider keeping the Sunlink free. It is a major priority for us here at student government. Thank you.
Benjamin Granger. Benjamin Granger.
My name is Benjamin Granger. I am a resident of Tucson full-time. I'm thanking you for the opportunity to bring this to attention. Just speaking on the reimagination that Mr. Ortega brought up. I also play in this league with these baseball fields. My father played on those. He coached me on those teams. I'm now coaching my kids, and this year, actually the next year, I'll have the opportunity to play with my kids on these teams. And it's really, we're a baseball family. I mean, a lot of the community, this baseball community, we are a family, and in our family, that's how we connect. You know, I connected with my father that way. I connect with my sons that way. You know, I'm an old person because I listen to Pandora instead of Spotify, but we still connect on baseball. It's, to quote James Earl Jones, you know, baseball marks the times, and that's what's very important to us as a family. These fields that are really the only place in central Tucson. You know, obviously there's Keno and some of those, I know that's a county issue, and they've taken some of those fields away. You know, Arthur Pack, some other ones have been converted to soccer fields. We're just dwindling in the numbers. We were just recently up in Phoenix because that's the only place they're having these tournaments because of the facilities. And the final 4 teams out of a group of 15, 3 of them were Tucson teams. And we're taking all of our dollars up there, you know, 15 families going up there and spending, you know, hotel and food and beverage for, you know, the whole team and the families, when we would love to be down here and kind of promoting Tucson and doing these things. Because we do have the talent. Tucson really is a baseball community, and to take away these fields, and I don't know that people really realize that because they see baseball fields in parks all the time, but the full-size fields is what's the issue. You know, the Little League fields, there are quite a few out there. They take up less space, but there really is not full-size fields anywhere except for high schools. And, you know, just like Mr. Sapp was talking about this Pima coming and having tournaments here, the high schools also have tournaments, and they need a place where they can all meet, because they might play, Tucson I might play Sabino, and then right after that they play another team. They can't go across town back and forth. They need a centrally located place to play that. And I went on Saturday to the event where they were speaking about all the different projects they were looking at. I thought it was great. I think a lot of that is desperately needed in that area, but I really implore you to really imagine it around those baseball fields. I think we need those for our community. We need those for our kids. And, you know, as an old man playing baseball still, I need that for myself too. I look forward to that every week. So thank you for your time, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. Talon Yazzie.
Good evening, City Council, and nice to meet you. I'm Talon Yazzie, freshman at the University of Arizona, studying physiology and a registered voter in Arizona. I am brand new to the Tucson community, coming out of state from Colorado as a first-generation student. I've only been living in Tucson for about a month, but in that short time, I've come to use the Sunlink as an immediate resource. I came down to Tucson with a bike and no car. I hopped on the Sunlink for the first time to get groceries a week into school, and was glad to find out it was free. Being so unfamiliar with the area, intimidated by the idea of college, and not having much family to ask for college advice, being a first-generation student, the Sunlink gave me immediately hope and reassurance for college, knowing I had a reliable free resource for transportation. This resource would come in handy later on. One week ago, I cut my chin open after a crash on my bike. Show and tell. The nearest urgent care to campus on 6th Street patched my wound but said I needed stitches, and the nearest urgent care that could do that for me was over 3 miles away on Oracle and Limberlost. Not having the connections as a new student from out of state to find a ride in the time of uncertainty, I'm sorry. I was fortunate to know the Sunlink offered free transportation along North Oracle Road, and I was able to receive the medical care I needed in an affordable and timely manner. I have quickly felt at home and very fortunate in the Tucson community, and I have the Sunlink to thank for that, helping me learn the great city, getting groceries, and receiving the medical care I need. Like the Sunlink's kind of like the cool brother or sibling that like gives you a ride when you need it. That's what I wrote in there. And free transit is not only for students like me, but the people of Tucson who can call Tucson a home, and we can all agree that Sunlink is a part of our home. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yazzie. That was the last card I had for call to the audience, and we're exactly at the 30-minute time frame. For the U of A students that came all the way to Marion Council to speak your mind and your concerns about what's potentially in front of Marion Council regarding transit fares, just for informational purposes, Mr. Attorney, I could provide information based on the concerns that students have. Transit costs money. Fares contribute to that cost of transit in our community. Other cities around the country have partnerships with their universities. Their universities pay into the transit system in order to make it free for students, faculty, and staff. The University of Arizona does not do that. I have personally been talking to President Robbins about the possibility of the University of Arizona contributing to our transit system. So I think it would be as effective for you all to show up to either ABOR or President Robbins' meetings that he has for students, faculty, and staff to let them know that that would be a valuable investment to do for the University of Arizona to contribute to our transit system so that we can keep it free for students just like everybody else. Thank you so much for being here. We really appreciate your voice. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda, items A through I.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is elections, amendment to the Campaign Finance Administration Rules and Regulations for the Public Matching Funds Program for candidates for city office. Item C is boards, committees, and commissions renaming the Tucson Commission on Gay, Lesbian, Bisexual, and Transgender Issues. Item D is an intergovernmental agreement with Pima County for the animal care and enforcement services. Item E is real property approving the Third Amendment to lease with Norris Design AZ LLC for space located in the historic depot at 418 North Toole Avenue, RP number 2475. Item F is a grant agreement, application 1667-2022-1 and 1667-2022-2 for Federal Transit Administration, FTA Section 5307, Urbanized Area Formula Program, Section 5339, Bus and Bus Facilities Program, and Federal Highway, Administration, FHWA Surface Transportation Block Grant Program, STGB, and application 1667-2022-3 for FTA Section 5337, State of Good Repair Grants. Item G is a final plat, S21072, South Missiondale, lots 1 through 4. Item H is an intergovernmental agreement with semi-annual access agreement with the state for TMC partners. Item I is a resolution supporting the naming of the Interstate 10 overpass at Ruthroth Road as the State Trooper Juan Cruz Memorial Overpass. Your Honor, that item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Fimbres. So an appropriate motion would be to approve items A through H.
May I have a motion, please?
So moved. So moved.
Second, Your Honor.
And
There's a
Mayor,
motion
before
and-
voting,
Sorry, yes.
there's one correction I need to read into the record. Councilmember Kozaczek have raised a question about in the campaign finance rules, item 7B, under the definition of candidate. And so I have additional language to add to that definition, which will be in section 2.9 of the rules, that will read, "A person shall be deemed a candidate for office on the filing of a nomination paper pursuant to ARS Section 16-311 subsection A, but not by making a formal declaration of candidacy for that office." Thank you.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. So with that clarification, there's a motion.
Second.
A motion and
Second.
a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Do we have to go to roll call? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Motion passes. And there's an item to be considered separately. Councilmember Fimbres, would you like to kick us off on that conversation?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On December 9, 1998, DPS Officer Juan Cruz was killed in the line of duty on I-10 and Route 12. Officer Cruz had been with the Department of DPS for 17 years. There's a petition to name the ADOT overpass before the Arizona State Board of Geographic and Historical Names. We have been asked for the Pima County Board of Supervisors as well as the City of Tucson Mayor and Council to weigh in the petition, which has over 7,000 names in support. The County Board of Supervisors voted to approve the proposal at the September 6th meeting tonight. Susan, Mayor, and Council are voted on this proposal. The agenda item does not cost city taxpayers money. This is a measure for the City of Tucson to support the efforts to rename the ADOT I-10 to Ruth recognizing Officer Williams Cruz for his work, his family, and legacy. With that, so I move that we approve consent item I.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, I just want to thank Councilmember Fimbres for requesting this item to Mayor and Council. We all know the tragic accident of State Trooper Juan Cruz, who was struck and killed by a vehicle while working on the line of duty on I-10 near Ruth Roth Road. And I know there is a community effort to name an overpass after him. I am happy to support that request, and if there aren't any other comments, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 8.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Item 8 is zoning C921-03, Casas del Cerrito, Portia Avenue, SR to R1, ordinance adoption, ordinance number 11955.
City Manager's Communication Number 243 dated September 13th is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 9.65 acres from SR to R1 zoning for the development of a residential subdivision on a vacant parcel located between Portia Avenue and Bonanza Avenue, east of Harrison Road. The preliminary development plan proposes the subdivision with 49 single-family homes and provides 0.3 acres of functional open space. The project will be limited to single-story homes with a maximum height of 19 feet. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Oh, they're online. Alrighty. Just wanted to make sure, can you introduce yourself, please, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Paul Olan with Paradigm Land, representing the property owner and developer.
Thank you. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Thank you so much. Since this item is in Ward 4, I'd like to have Councilwoman Lee just state the case for this issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Sorry about that. I want to thank the representatives and neighbors within the Old Spanish Trail Neighborhood Association, Tucson Unified School District, and TK Development for continuing to work together with my team. The development plans have come a long way since 2020, mitigating the many concerns from the residents, including lowering the height of the land, limiting houses to single story, adding traffic mitigation measures, enhancing the functional open space, and providing additional screening and privacy to the existing residents. This proposed infill housing development is close to schools, parks, public transit, commercial shopping, and the newly built Northwest Hospital, making it a desirable location for new homeowners. Casas del Cerrito will not only help increase our housing inventory at a price point that is needed for our Tucsonans, but the sale of the property will go directly toward TUSD's capital investments and paying down the district's bond debt as approved by the voters. So this is a really good win-win situation all around. And with that, Mayor, I move we adopt ordinance C9-21-03, approving the R1 zoning subject to the conditions outlined and agreed upon by the applicant.
There's a
Second, Your
motion.
Honor.
There's a motion and a second. Before we vote, are there any other discussion or any other points to be made? Hearing none, I'd like the clerk to read ordinance 11955 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11955 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located between Portia Avenue and Bonanza Avenue, approximately 1/2 mile south of Golf Links Road and 1/4 mile east of Harrison Road, in case C921-03, Casas del Cerrito, Portia Avenue, SR to R1, and setting an effective date.
If there is no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham? Aye. Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye. Ordinance 11955 passes by a vote of 6-0. Thank you so much. Item 9.
Zoning C922-04, St. Mary's and Silverbell, R2 to C1, City Manager's Report in Ward 1.
City Manager's Communication Number 244, dated September 13th, is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 0.9 acre parcel from R2 to C1 zoning to construct a drive-through coffee shop restaurant with outside seating. The rezoning site is located at the northwest corner of the intersection of North Silverbell Road and West St. Mary's Road. Staff recommends authorization of C1 zoning subject to certain conditions. The zoning examiner recommends authorization of C1 zoning subject to the recommended conditions. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Madam Mayor, members of the council, Rory Juneman, 5983 East Grant Road.
Mr. Juneman, are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. What is the council's pleasure?
Hi, Mayor. We did not receive any comments from the public, any protests. So with that in mind, I move that we approve.
Second, Your Honor.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item 10.
City Manager Amendment Number 4 to Employment Agreement.
City Manager's Communication Number 246, dated September 13th, is received into and made part of the record. Ms. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance number 11957 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11957 relating to the city manager, authorizing and approving Amendment Number 4 to the employment agreement with the city manager and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we pass
Go
it.
ahead.
Hold on just a second, Councilmember Fimbres. Go ahead, Councilmember Cunningham.
Your Honor, I want to move that we pass and adopt. Seriously, right now?
Go ahead, Paul.
Your Honor, I want to move that we pass and adopt 11957. Congratulations
Second.
to the manager. Well done. We are very lucky to have you as our city manager for one more cycle.
There's a motion and a second, and further discussion, council colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I just want to congratulate city manager also for his outstanding work.
Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Vice Mayor Santa
I was
Cruz.
gonna say drinks on the city manager.
Any others?
I'll second what the vice mayor said.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Manager, for your years of service to our community. You have done an incredible job in every level. You've put together an incredible team, and you are doing incredibly as well and mentoring, you know, the future leadership team in our city. And it's just lovely to hear when we have an issue that you always have ideas on how to solve the issues. And you have a can-do attitude. You are ethical and honest and hardworking. And it's music to my ears when you say, "Tell me your vision, and I'll help you how to get there." Congratulations on another, what is it? I think it's a 2-year contract, and happy that you want to continue serving the residents of the city of Tucson. Thank you.
Should I wait till you vote,
If you want to
Mayor?
say something,
I'll
you
wait
don't
till-
have to.
I should wait till you vote, no.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I just wanted to take a minute to thank you. You know, it's been 7.5 years, or a little better than 7 years. And I remember sitting in this room listening to the challenges, quite frankly, that some of you had expressed at that time. And the more challenges that I heard, the more opportunity I saw. And I really think that your leadership as a team, but also the team that we've developed as the city employees, and I appreciate all the accolades, but we've got a really strong team. And I think you saw it today at the study session. I think you saw the magnitude of what we bring as the staff to this effort. I'm very humbled and very, very much honored, not only on my behalf, but also on behalf of my family. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you so much for your service to our community, Mr. Ortega. With that,
Roll call.
let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
I'm going to vote for my own motion. Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Do something nice for your wife tonight. Take her out somewhere expensive, buy her something nice and expensive, and I'll vote aye.
Mrs. Lee? Aye. Mr. Fimbres?
Aye, congratulations.
Mayor Romero?
Aye, thank you so much for your service. And with that, item 11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, September 27th at 5:30 p.m. Thank you all so much, and have a wonderful rest of your week.